Loops, 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 loops. Lots of brightly. Hola. Start. I'm experimenting with this baby. I don't know exactly how to use this effectively, but I'm just kind of doing chanting, throat singing through this. I've yet to learn how to circular breathe, but it's fun to play around with, though. I must say that instrument is very, very connective, very primal. Hola. Welcome, friends. Welcome. What is good? What is good? Welcome, friends, from wherever in the world you are. Hope you're finding yourself grounded. Hope you're finding yourself rooted in intention. You know, whatever's flowing through, I hope you're just letting yourself transmute it to expression. I recently purchased some lav mics, which I'm pretty interested in. There's some high quality lav mics. So the idea is what I'm going to be doing moving forward is I'm just going to be hooking up the lav mics, going through forests, and just popping these lav mics in specific spots, and then just doing some very gentle guitar stuff with really, really high quality audio. So I'm excited for that. That'll be cool. Welcome. What's good? Biking MT, Ali, Anna. Welcome, friends. Still, yet again, I'm trying to experiment with this baby. I had this gifted to me, so it's very, very beautifully woven. I feel like it's very intentional. It's Australian, which is cool because my drum is also Australian. Yeah, Aussies. I don't know, I still don't know how to use it effectively, but I'm playing around with low tones because that feels really resonant. And you know, the didgeridoo, as I've kind of discovered, it literally is just a giant, of course, resonator. Like it just stretches out these natural resonance patterns, which has insane potential. But I think, you know, the core part of it is, it's weird how the didgeridoo, a lot of it is like circular breathing. You know, it's like you're breathing through your mouth, in through your nose, and you're creating a loop. But I notice, truthfully, what I'm attracted to in the didgeridoo doesn't actually have a lot to do with the basic sounds, at least from what I understand, from my very limited understanding. It doesn't have a lot to do with the type of sounds you can make for circular breathing. It's almost like there's a long range of sounds that you can make that are outside of circular breathing. Works good though, because my voice is kind of hoarse right now, so. For those of you that are musicians, you know, shout out musicians. If you have any questions, or guitarists, any sort of dimensions related to tapping or harmonics, I'd be happy to answer any questions that flow through. Or maybe sort of creative blocks that you're experiencing. I would love to answer that to the best of my ability. Did I teach myself? Yeah, mate, you have a guitar. Yes, sir. This channel is a YouTube channel related to guitar, sir. That would check out, dog. That would check out. Guitar YouTuber. Do you teach yourself? Did I teach myself? I did Lon McQuaid from ages 10 to 13, but after that, the greater betterment of my guitar playing, most of what I know on guitar, I did teach myself. That's the absolute truth. That's the funny thing is I really think, maybe contrary to what people might believe. Sure, it's good to have um, a good foundation, when you're completely new, especially if you're a kid, like when I started. But most parts of guitar you literally can discover by just intuitively navigating, like figuring out how to basically train your ear. Because the essence of it, when you're just learning guitar or any instrument, you're just training your ear, right? You're just learning to train your ear, identifying what melodic ideas or concepts resonate with you. And you're just like, your mind kind of hears what it desires to premeditate or what sounds cohesive in a melodic statement. That's the essence of a lot of guitar. All the technical elements, they're fun. They make it, unique and original. But the key essence of what you want to learn, when you have zero experience to when you're, intermediate advanced, is being able to have a trained ear. So you hear, basically in the simplest right, you hear the sequences of scales. Because if we're being super transparent, it's literally as simple as like, if you can identify, like, oh, that sounds, sounds correct. It sounds sequential. You're just like, word, you know what? In your ears, like your ear's not gonna do like a, just intuitive, like it's not gonna do some sort of key switch or weird thing. You just identify that, okay, that's a scale. If your mind can know that intuitively, you're on the right pace. Like you're on the right page. Like your ear is beginning to understand how to piece together melodic ideas. Just like, if you're like that's a good chord. That's like a nice minor chord into a flat chord. Minor chord to a flat chord. So you can be like, you know what? That sounds like it's a good statement. And then your brain can piece together parts of that. But yeah, honestly, as for teaching goes, you can pick up a lot of the entry-level intermediate concepts by yourself. Now, obviously, if you want to be like Marcin or Alexander Misko, or like you want to do advanced like jazz or classical, theory and just do crazy stuff, probably you want some direction. You want to probably learn from mentors, and which is something I actually would love to do myself. I can't play guitar, I just need to buy an auto tuner. Interesting. Huh. You can't play guitar, you just need to buy an auto tuner. Are you saying you can't tune a guitar? That is, you don't know how to tune a guitar? And then you want to... I mean, nothing wrong with using a tuner. I use a tuner all the time. Like, I can tune by ear, but in truth, the little nuances, like, I like to know that I'm perfectly in tune, so I use a tuner all the time. Like, if I'm here, there's like a tiny fraction that's off, and it's nice to know that I'm perfectly in tune. Yeah. Yeah, I would say when you're new, or even when you're advanced, use a tuner. Use a tuner all the time. Because there's nothing wrong with, like, you want to learn how to, like, know that, okay, this is an E note. That's an E note. Your ear identifies, like, that feels like that's in tune. And if it feels like, I do this, like that's not in tune. And if you can just hear that difference, like your brain's like, that doesn't sound like it's in tune. And then you can let yourself, use a tuner, see how you're in tune. That is massive. Like, weirdly enough, that's like a massive jump from going from like complete nothing or, complete beginner to intermediate or beyond. Is like, if you can just simply identify, like, that's an E, sounds good. Like, it's like not even about the thought of like, it sounds whatever, but it feels good. You're just like, oh yeah, that's, and all is cohesive. And you don't even need to play guitar to do that, truthfully. You can just hear music, like listen to your favorite piece of music and see why there's elements of it. You're like, oh yeah, that's cohesive. They played this into maybe a minor key switch or something. But really, it's, yeah. Just train your ear. Like if you ever even just desire to be a musician, just listen to tons of music and really like be a student of why you appreciate it. And that will go far. And then pick up a guitar, of course, or piano or whatever you desire to do. But yeah, it's good stuff. So, Wendy, thank you. I found the foundation good because then be yourself with it. Yeah, honestly, again, this is the thing I like to tell people. I had a guitar teacher. Actually, I started about age 9 when I had a guitar teacher that was like a country singer. And I had a few guitar teachers that were like, I had for a couple months, didn't really resonate with, but they were beautiful human beings. But they're also always, for some reason, I don't know why, like the guitar teachers that I had, his name was Kent, really cool guy. He was a country guitarist, singer, whatever, and he was always on tour. So it's like I would see him, I'm like, oh, sick, I got my guitar teacher, and then he'd disappear for like a couple weeks, so I wouldn't be able to like get lessons from him. So I'd see him in little fragments and chunks, and then I had like another teacher, it was this female teacher, who was pretty great, but I was also really new to guitar. And what I realized as a new guitarist is, it actually doesn't necessarily matter what they're teaching you on a technical level. It's if you're going to take a teacher, you're like completely new, and if they're like, okay, they teach you a chord or whatever, it doesn't actually even matter what they're teaching you, but it matters more so, at least this was for me, how this applied. It more so matters what kind of musician they are and how they're embodying it. So it's almost like in the simplest right, when you're a new musician, at least in my experience, you respond more to the character or more of how they embody being a musician than the simple things they teach you. Are they a patient? Are they a patient person? Are they, an expressive, maybe very like altruistic kind of person that's, showing you stuff, but also showing you actually what it means to be a musician? Because when you're new, sure, you can learn, like anyone can teach you a chord, and, I can teach you a chord, a random stranger can teach you music. But if they're not embodying, like in an integral way, or just a way that resonates with you, what it means to be a musician, then it won't really stick. It won't actually inspire you. So that's what I find is like, it doesn't necessarily matter if you get a teacher or not, but if you do get a teacher, try to find one that's a good embodiment of what music means to you. And it's not even about what they're playing musically, it's how they carry themselves. Are they a well-rounded, integral person, more or less? If they're a weird, kind of like disjointed, disintegral, not saying they are, they would ever be, but if you find someone like that and they're trying to teach you guitar and you're not resonating with who they are as a person or who they are as a musician or how they embody music, it doesn't matter if the most brilliant teacher in the world and they show you all this stuff, it's not going to stick. You're not even going to desire to be a musician after that, probably. I don't know. It may sound obvious, but as a young kid, for me, after having like 2 or 3 guitar teachers that were like good people, it wasn't until I found the third guitar teacher, who was a really dope dude. He like had long hair, was in a Metallica cover band, and he had the same birthday as me, and he was from also Newfoundland, so we had like a thick Newfoundland accent. Really nice guy. Really nice guy. But yeah, for the first time in my life, when I had this dude as a guitar teacher for like 2.5 years, that's when it really stuck. Like, he helped me choose my first Jackson. He really just took the time to listen to what kind of musician I wanted to be and what I was really doing and etc. And that, it didn't even matter what he showed me technically. Like, he showed me some basic legatos and taught me how to play, some tablature and Avenged Sevenfold songs. But it was about the fact of how he did it. Really left an imprint on me. I was like, you know what? This guy really makes me feel like I know that I want to be a musician, and not necessarily just because I want to play guitar, but because how it can imprint on you as a human being. So, play guitar or not, or play violin or piano or flute or whatever it is, it's all up to you. You can do all of those if you want, but it's all about what kind of person do you want to be from one who's a student of music. Like, what kind of person do you desire to see is on the other side of entering that portal that is being a musician? Like, that's kind of the core thing you might want to reflect on. And if you can find an answer to that, and you may find it really quick, because maybe you're a full-grown adult and, you have a desire to express yourself in such a way, then it'll make sense. Because honestly, like in the simplest right, kind of tanging into that, do you need to read people's comments, or you're just speaking all the time? I read people's comments infamously, GS. It's literally I mean, let's be real here. Once I'm juggling thousands upon thousands of people, there's probably going to come a time that I'm not going to be able to have these intimate, one-on-one conversations or read people's comments. That's just the nature of it, brother. Yeah. Appreciate you, enemy. Am I tripping? Definitely not tripping, brother. It's like, what? Yeah. Country music. See, yeah, that's beautiful. I'm not like a country musician, but strange enough, as a young kid, I had these really brilliant country musicians that were trying to teach me guitar. And I come to appreciate, I'm like, you know what, these people are awesome. Like, doesn't even matter if I'm like, into the style. It's like I can see that they're passionate about a thing that's a completely different genre. And that immediately just taught me, how to appreciate other genres of music. I'm like, you know what, I may not desire to become a country musician, but I love the genre because other people love it so much. Like, you go to certain countries, like maybe Texas or Kentucky or something, and people are like enamored with that culture that is country. And I love that. Like, I'm not a country musician even remotely. Like, I'm a punk, alternative rock, psychedelic rock, progressive rock, whatever. I have so many different dimensions of how I explore musically. Country is not it, but I love people that resonate with that. And that's a huge part of it, is like, it's good to just appreciate music. Yeah. The infamous comment reader. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think that's a normal thing. When I look at, like, really popular streamers who are just like, juggling hundreds of thousands or millions of people, they often are just chilling. Like, they're kind of reading a comment here and there, but I don't think it's a common practice to actually read every single comment. But I do so, because, I'm very new. I'm on this quest to building a community, and I really care about the quality of community that I'm building. And even further, if people, enter this chat or this portal and they do not resonate with this community, I actually have no reservations to send you on your way. Like, even if you're a part of this chat, or, you're chiming into this the first time, and for whatever reason, you don't resonate with what's going on here. Like, you're like, you know what, I don't like this guy. He's speaking or trying to teach guitar or trying to play guitar. Any of these things, just please exit the stream swiftly. Like, I don't want to waste not even waste anyone's time. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to, try to reach out to people that don't align with the core values of this channel. So it's a blessing. If I'm actually going through the comments and I'm actually interacting with the people, it allows me to successfully filter those that probably do not resonate with the values of this channel. Not to, like, define anyone. I'm sure most of these people here are just chill as fuck. As it seems, I don't know, people are pretty dope here so far. But, some people, they pop in, they're unhinged, they got different values, they're lost in the YouTube wilderness, and, it is what it is. I try to keep an open mind, but I also have discernment, Heath Ledger. Nice. Yeah, we got those Heath Ledger jeans. Yeah. We'll get harder as the channel grows, but don't forget the OG viewers, brother. Yeah. Honestly, Nenzo, I'm at peace. I'm at peace with the direction this channel is going to unravel. I think this is a special, very intimate moment when the channel is the size that it is. Even when it was like 100, 200 subscribers, that was a special moment as well. I truly feel. There was a very special time. And that's the thing with when you're really paying attention as a YouTuber, if you're like really focusing your energy and you have a lot of intention infused, each little chapter, if you really pay attention, has a very special place. Like, whether you have like 200 subscribers or 1,000 subscribers or coming up to 2,000, when there's a chapter where you're like, all right, now I can, maybe as we are, I can intimately connect or have interactions that have a little more depth when we have a couple thousand subscribers. When I hit 10,000 or 20 or 50,000, it's going to change a little bit. Not for the worse. It's going to be like we're going to have a larger crowd where I'm going to be more able to hold space, and whatever flows through, if there's people that have significant perspectives that I get to connect with or I catch in the comments, then beautiful. But I'm not going to act like, it's like one chapter of this YouTube phase is better than the other, because they're all beautiful. Like, if you really understand, you're like committed to be like, you know what, 10,000 subscribers, 1,000, 100, it doesn't really matter necessarily. It's like, it's all a unique chapter that will never be there again. It's like once you hit a certain time, the portals are growing and evolving, and it's all reflected on based on how I personally desire to, facilitate it. Word. Why did you decide to stream yourself? Yeah. I'm glad you asked, brother. I mean, in truth. And thank you, Nenzo. Appreciate you being here. Yeah. I'm under the impression. I'm under the impression that GS. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not even sorry to say this. It is what it is. You know, no remorse. But I don't think you're my target audience, brother. Like, I'll be perfectly honest. Based on your level of comprehension, I'm not sure if you have the, let's say, precision of language or awareness to be a part of this audience. So, nah. Damn, Vic. I think you're projecting your own projections in a very clear-cut way, brother. So I'm sorry that you're struggling with that, Vic, to discern what that word is or how you associate calling people narcissists. But that sucks, bro. So I highly recommend educating yourself, educating what that is, why you desire to throw that out there and label people like that. But yeah, I'd love to share though to GS, because again, I'm under the impression that there's a few people in the comments that actually, for whatever reason, they don't resonate with this channel values. Like if you're, whatever reason, you are here to just project negativity or, you know, project your own beliefs that don't seem to have a lot of truth or just resonate at all, you're going to be exited from this channel swiftly. Like I have no desire to associate with people that don't practice self-awareness, that don't know how to practice basic emotional intelligence. But to GS, basically, brother, the core reason why I created this channel, I didn't actually desire to be a streamer. Let's be real here. Is I'm a YouTuber. I've been a YouTuber for about 8.5 months, coming up 9 months. I've been streaming for about just under 7 months. Never in my life ever streamed. Truly, I'm a musician, I'm a performance artist, and part of the way this channel was birthed was I'm a busker. I created a busking act about 1.5 years ago. You know, I do freeform busking where I do like various different musical acts, live performance, and I'm really passionate about the busking scene, the music scene. You know, I love teaching people guitar and spreading the love for music. Like that's a huge part of why I'm a YouTuber as a whole. Streaming just happens to be an avenue where I can, in a real-time way, get immediate feedback from the YouTube sphere. You know, I can create high-quality content. I can learn how I can create a beautiful content experience for my viewers. That's the only reason I do it. You know, when I'm not streaming, I have zero desire to be on social media, to even use my phone. I spend a lot of time with friends, my intimate partner. Like, I love just being present. But streaming is a very valuable tool that I've recently realized is, you know what? I love this portal, and when I use this with intention and discernment, this can be a very valuable way to create and community build. So, I hope that answers that question, but I gotta tell you, brother, yeah. Yeah. Well, let me. If we're, I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna put a little of this in perspective. Like I hear what you're saying, Vic, and I get you, brother. Like you know, you have a text, you have a limited ability to really communicate what you're saying. So you're just, you know, using the terms and the text that you feel fits this thing. Yeah, yeah. There's different levels and types of narcissistic traumas. Yeah. Well, if we're being perfectly forthcoming with you, Vic, I want you to keep in perspective. Because again, maybe return to what I just said is, I actually don't think you understand the context or the contextualization of any of the words you're saying. Like, go on Google right now. If you want me to, just to, learning experience for you. Go on Google and search what that actually means, right? You need to realize that there's narcissistic tendencies, which yes, all humans in this world can exhibit them. But you realize the difference between people that actually borderline enter people that are disordered with that is they are not only impeding and imposing on other people and it's controlling their life, but it also lacks complete self-awareness. So I'm telling you, is like, as a person that's only recently bridged these bridge these worlds of being like, you know what, let's be a streamer, let's try to reach out to the YouTube sphere, have a conversation, connect with, you know, the people of YouTube land. I'm telling you, without a shadow of a doubt, I do practice self-awareness. You could, if you knew me at all in the real world, I don't sit here and do this for the sake of validating my ego. I have to show up here to create this portal to, honor building my business, to build watch hours, to try to discern people that have self-awareness in this community. But that's where I think you need to maybe take a step back and understand how to contextualize the words you're saying. And again, you're limited, brother. You're using a screen, you're typing in chats on text messages and whatever. But you have to realize there's a fine difference between a narcissist and an actual narcissistic tendencies that you're trying to identify, which don't even actually play in to full account. It takes context, and it takes actually understanding the full picture of how a person shows up to even try to, I'd say, identify or connect the dots to how that disorder applies. So I have to say, you're being blatantly ignorant. Yeah, you're being, unfortunately, like, again, not to, you know, throw some unsolicited advice to match your unsolicited advice, my dog. It's like, you should not go around telling people and saying, oh, but it's a good thing to say that they are a narc and be like, yeah, because of that. You probably need to do some research and actually understand what those terms actually mean. It's a learning experience for you, dog. That's okay. Like, because again, I want to make this very clear to you, brother, just in case this wasn't already clear from, the context. The lack of self-awareness, the neglect of actual self-awareness and practicing that and integrating their life and creating a disorderly pattern, that is what translates into becoming a full-blown disorder. You're using the words incorrectly, and that's all that's all I'll say with that, brother. Because that's not the nature of the stream. Honestly, GS, I hate to say this to you, brother, but I've already underlined this to you once or twice, but I'm removing your comment rights permanently, and I don't think you don't display the proper emotional intelligence to communicate on this channel from the various rights you've displayed it over again. So this is not even a personal endeavor. Stay, don't stay, it doesn't matter, but I invite you to go spend your time in another stream, because I don't think you are my target audience. You don't seem to display the healthy self-awareness or communication skills, and it is what it is. I'm not gonna, like, everyone has free will and expression, but for the sake of filtering the comments in a healthy way, I've revoked your comment rights, and yeah, I invite you to leave, brother. Because not a single thing you've said, truly, like, there's been like maybe one comment where you've practiced a shred of self-awareness, but everything you've said has basically been riddled in a person that doesn't know how to communicate effectively, and that's okay. Like, again, I'm not here to judge ultimately, but if you're going to try to fill the comment sections with, these kind of weird, loaded, passive, ignorant statements, then of course you're going to be asked to leave and you're not going to be allowed to return. So, yeah. Food for thought, brother. Anyways, back to this regular programming. It is what it is. Not everyone has, a grasp on how to effectively regulate or communicate, in this kind of public sphere. It is what it is. If you want to go to some unhinged YouTube wilderness where everyone's just like attacking each other and saying some weird, emotionally unintelligent babble, then whatever, find that portal. But honestly, I desire to create, as the homie said, like, healthy boundaries. Like, it's not a very complex thing. I think we're just going to go into now G sharp here. Love the hat. Very nice. Cheers, brother. Thank you, Dave. Well said. I appreciate that. I like the boundaries with kindness. Yeah, honestly, it's part of, I've only been a streamer. That's the funny thing, is I think Gius, where he revealed his level of, ignorance or emotional intelligence or whatever, was his immediate sort of jumping into these, like, statements of like, but blah, 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 this, or like, saying, I don't know, just revealing his level of comprehension. That's okay. Like, again, I'm not here to judge, or Gius could be like, he could be like a young man in his teens or late teens. He's still yet to comprehend the whole concept. But the thing that I find is, I've been a streamer for like 6-7 months, like literally streaming from zero. Never in my life desired to be a streamer. Not because there's nothing wrong with being a streamer. I mean, there's probably some dimensions that are pretty incongruent with people that, are streamers, like influencer type, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, I'm a streamer because I have an intention that I bring to my community, to my YouTube. I've only been managing this YouTube for like 8.5 months, streaming for about just under that. And the reality is, I chose to do so because I was like, you know what? This is a beautiful tool to, in real time, receive feedback, create high quality content for my community. No other reason. I'm not doing this because I like speaking. Hell, and many writes again, like to make it super clear, because again, homies like GS, new to this channel, and that's okay. But for people to jump to like ignorant assumptions and practice a lack of self awareness, that's a whole nother story. Like it's okay if you want to, be an observer and chime into what the nature and intention of this channel is. That's okay. Like that's great. I think that's phenomenal. But yeah, it's like without being a streamer, I have zero desire to be on this stream context. I don't desire to sit here and have people listen to me talk. I would rather engage with people, play music, hold space for them, teach them guitar, play sound journeys. Like it's the whole point of this channel. I'm not here being a streamer just because I'm bored and I want to kill some time. I'm growing a community, a portal. But anyway, c'est la vie. I hope GS figures it out. Like again, to GS, to Vic, this isn't a moment of, I'm not going to take it personal that the homie doesn't know how to, discern the fine lines of how you navigate a stream or what is healthy communication and boundaries. That's way beyond my capability. He'll figure it out or not. But as to Vic, I think when you run around streams and you're trying to like, and this is just a reflection of where the world's at. Like we'll put a very tight pin on this. Is like if people are hopping around, throwing out, little ignorant observations, not practicing self-awareness or precision of language, it is what it is. Like it's a reflection of where the world's at. But the whole point of why I create this channel is to kind of penetrate that a little bit. It's to try to practice a little bits of authentic communication and authentic presence. And yeah. And I gotta say, like, I appreciate the level of presence. The comments are showing. Honestly, in general, sometimes when I'm getting waves of thousands of people flowing through within like a couple hours, there's like a lot of unhinged, you know, random people that flow through, and that's okay. That's the way YouTube works. Is like you get, waves of people that resonate with your mission and what you're doing, and then you get those slim percentage of those that are just kind of outliers and observers that are just trying to figure it out. And honestly, I got to be very quick to discern and usually revoke their comment sections. And it is what it is. It's part of this portal. But all I'm saying is people have been pretty tame today. Like I haven't seen people spouting hate language or being ignorant, fortunately, and I really hope we continue that. I don't think there will be people of that nature, but yeah. Send me some tunes and I'll embed the cool frequencies in it. Absolutely, Dave. I got you, brother. I appreciate that, Harbinger. I'm just chilling. I'm honestly a little bit under the weather. For some reason, I feel like my immune system is like, I don't know, maybe have like a cold or something. I can't really tell, but you need to remove some, they need to move on. Yeah. Yeah. I think I need to trim this thumbnail a little bit. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, but with that, sort of extending into the energy of, those that might find themselves dysregulated or, maybe they're a bit removed from their somatic body, from their regulated, integrated somatic experience. I hope for you to just allow yourself to just be present with whatever's flowing through, whatever is going on in your somatic experience, your felt experience. Whether if it's unpackaging stress or, complex emotions, just let yourself be with it, breathe with it, be present with that, find ways to sit with it and transmute that energy in an authentic way. I work out with this dude. He's a real one. Word. Very kind. Cheers, brother. YouTube. I appreciate you, Harbringer. I have a massive respect to the boundaries in your space and your stream. I come with that and it's firm. Thank you. I appreciate you, Samantha. You seem to resonate, or you seem to get it. Like, it's not a very complex phenomenon. But especially, I find there's opportunities to exercise discernment in a healthy way. Like, it's the same thing to sort of practice. I subscribe. You're very talented to get those tunes, and I will show you what I can do. Very kind of you, brother. I appreciate you being here, Dave. Appreciate you, brother. I mean, definitely, as we are, I create lots of different types of music. I like to do a lot of freeform streams. I've been doing a lot of, like, chill, meditative sound journeys as the recent long format that I released. With the people in the chat, I feel safe and loved knowing people in the chat just don't abuse each other for their entertainment. Yeah, that's valid. I mean, that's a huge part of it. I mean, it's a deep rabbit hole that I can feel really, really clear on why in the deeper dimension. Like, I've unpackaged this many times of, like, why it is healthy to have boundaries, but particularly when we're talking about managing a YouTube stream. YouTube is a massive portal. It invites everyone from around the world, all different sorts of people. And truthfully, in the real world, of course, we're not here to sit there and act like we need to revoke people's comments and filter and this and that, at least immediately in an immediate context. That's not necessarily the way the real world works. But when you're managing a YouTube business, you actually do have that responsibility to practice discernment. To be like, you know what, if I want to facilitate a space with the intention is to create a safe space where we're here to perform, my sinuses are kind of plugged a little bit, perform meditative journeys or teach guitar or, talk about metaphysical dimensions, right? Then that's the intention of the stream. That's the beauty of YouTube. You get to community build, you get to create a portal that is basically reflective of the tone that you set. So it definitely starts with just, letting people know that there are boundaries. It's healthy to, practice healthy communication, etc. And if people don't align with the values of that channel, that's okay. They can live their lives and go find another stream, but they'll be exited from this channel. It is what it is. Like, it's a beautiful thing to practice. And the simplest, right, it looks like, just letting people know they are safe and we do have a core intention of this channel, which they can see very actively. They enter this channel and they check it out and see what's been going on about. But it goes deeper. I really think the more I unpackage why it's important to discern and create a community that aligns with each other, that can communicate healthily with each other, it makes a lot of sense. It's a deep rabbit hole. But yeah. Anyway, c'est la vie. Let's master this volume a little bit. letting yourself be present with this experience, rooted within this moment. As I have been communicating over this last week, I had an epiphany about a week ago when I did a microdose of lysergamides. We're not going to use specific compounds for the sake of, monetization rights, but I used Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds in a microdose, very small dose, first time in like 2 years. And I had this epiphany where if you're, a familiar or regular with this channel, I've been talking about this a couple times, but basically the essence of this epiphany was related to meditation and my meditative practice, which in the simplest right, I myself have found myself stray. It's been difficult to really develop a devoted meditative practice. But I had this instance about a week and a half ago, actually. Yeah, it was about a week and a half, where I sat in meditation on this microdose. And I remember telling myself very active. I was in the forest, sitting in the forest. I spent like 2 hours in this forest. And I remember I entered a meditative state. And I remember telling myself very actively, like it was like a feeling that resonated through my being, was like, I know that I have nowhere to go, nothing to do, and no one to become. From the core of my being, I was just giving myself permission to acknowledge that I truly, in the deepest right, I know that I have nowhere to go, nothing to do, and no one to become. Like there's nothing that in this world that I need on a deep fundamental level. I'm not forced to be like, I need to go here, I need to do this, I don't need to become anybody. And it's just letting myself know that it would actually give me this deep feeling that kind of like would sort of feel like a pressure on my forehead, especially when I was on this microdose, that made me feel so serene. And it was true. It was like a deep acknowledgement of, but this is true. I could sit in this forest for an hour, for 45 minutes, and just be here, and that is perfectly as it is. It's perfect as it is, just being. And anyways, so that kind of unraveled. I sat there for about 45 minutes and just let that feeling ruminate of, nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to become. And long story short, that went on for the entire day. Like I meditated like 3 or 4 different times throughout the day in these 45-minute sessions, focusing on the same intention. And then for the next 5 days, I did the same thing, where the first time in like multiple months, I would do meditative sessions for like 45 minutes multiple times throughout the day. Now, in the last like week and a bit, I've strayed away from that a little bit. I've been having some busy things I've been managing, doing a lot of strength training, do a lot of little visits here and there, and going to the beach and stuff that I've been throwing on my streams. But I think part of what I'm saying right now is I'm inviting myself, and for those that are listening that this resonates, if that resonates, to take a page from that, to sit with whatever that is. It doesn't need to be that exact wording. But what I recognized was, on this LSD or this lysergamide experience, it doesn't matter because I'm not fully monetized now, but I want to make it a practice where I'm not going to say anything related to psychedelia. But the idea is I was on this lysergamide or microdose. And yeah, as I told myself that I have nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to become. It's not the fact that, of course, we all have places to go. We all have things to do if we desire to, people to be if we desire to. But it was the feeling of giving myself full permission to acknowledge that in truth, the simplest truth, it's almost like an inner child-like realization. And this was returning to actually my inner child energy of when I was younger, when I felt that way. I was like, right, I don't have anything to do, truly. Like, I can acknowledge that in this moment, I can just be present. I can sit in this forest and stare at this tree for like an hour, and that just is. So whatever that is, it doesn't have to be you telling yourself those exact words, but I noticed that I think meditative practice in the simplest right is actually, it is a permission that you give to yourself away. If you think about that, like there's a statement that you need to tell yourself that you really need to hear. Maybe it's that exact statement, I don't know. That really will give yourself that permission to just surrender into the moment. Like maybe it's like you got to tell yourself that you're worthy, or you know what, maybe I'm loved, or you are strong. Who knows? I don't know what it is exactly. It's intimate, it's individualistic. But for me, it was like really powerful to sit with that idea. There's no one to become, nothing to do, nowhere to go, and it would just awaken this serene feeling within my body that I would just go into the forest. Like, you know what? This is true. I don't have to go and do this or do this stream or go to the gym or train here or do this thing. It's like I can just do nothing. And that's beautiful. Like, that's okay. That is a choice. that I can do. Anyways, that's just me in a sort of formal context returning to inviting that. Yeah. First meditation I recorded was called Lucid in the Sky. Very nice, Dave. That's awesome, brother. Yeah. You're not a human doing what a human being. You're not a human doing, you are a human being. That's correct. That is correct. Yeah. That will change your life. Mine was the one that starts with a D and ends with the MT. Yes, sir. Yeah. That's exactly right, brother. The dill. I've sat with tryptamines. We'll call them tryptamines. Again, I don't want to make the specific terminology because, I'm about 5 days off from being fully monetized. Ad revenue, that is. So I don't want to normalize talking about, scheduled substances. But we can use code words, like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds or, as it is tryptamines. Tryptamines are plant allies, of the tryptamine variety. If you know, you know. But I agree that with Dill. I've also had really deep, beautiful experiences in the past, not recently really, with that exact compound as well. Let's call it the dream molecule. The dream molecule. That's the one. Dream molecule. If you know, if you know, you know. Read my mind, be present. Have I heard of Denver Clay? Interesting. I have not heard of Denver Clay. I'm assuming that's a musician, brother. I'm going to look up Denver right now for a second. But yeah, with that, Denver Clay. Denver Clay. Interesting. Nothing popped up beyond just the city of Denver. But that's beautiful. Me too, but I cannot play an instrument. Valid. Well, kind of like what I spoke of earlier, in response to people asking about, it was Wendy, I'm not sure if she's still here, but she was asking about how does one, what is it? She asked me if I taught myself, and I kind of went off on a tangent explaining what I think is important about learning about music related to, basis of learning music, the basis is ear training. You don't need to have a guitar to train your ear. You can train your ear on the piano, you can train it on the pan flute, very effective, wind instruments. Pan flute's kind of more advanced, truthfully, as it goes for ear training, but the core essence is guitar or not. If you can hear a scale or hear a note, and you know that that's in tune, that is resonant, and maybe in the simple straight, like, oh, that is an E, that is in tune, that's in 440. That is the essence of what you need to integrate as a musician before you go down that rabbit hole of like, wherever you want to go on a technical approach. But really, to be present in your stream and rest. Thank you. Absolutely. To be present on my stream and rest. Often, that's what I do is I go to these forests. I'll probably in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to go for a run with you guys. Well, with the stream. And I'll go and chill in the forest and do the same thing. But with the rule or with the theme of what I'm just engaging, I'm going to do the exact same thing that I spoke to. I'm going to just acknowledge, it's just sitting in that meditative feeling. As we are, just to paint a picture and break the fourth wall, I'm in my mind thinking of it's the feeling. It's not the actual narrative of nowhere to go, nothing to do, no one to become, but it's the feeling. I tell myself that sometimes it awakens a feeling, but sometimes it's I can feel it. It's almost like an energy pulse, similar to when you do Qigong or Tai Chi. You feel like a pulse where it just kind of relaxes your body and you recognize that, now I can just be. It's kind of penetrating too. It's like penetrating the regular narrative that you might hold where your mind is like, no, but I can't just be. I have to do. I have to go. I have to be something or somebody. And if you're just like interrupting with that, like a gentle presence of like feeling into the idea that, yeah, maybe, of course, maybe that is the case. But also, what if that's not the case? Like, what if you really can just do nothing and just be completely content with that? Like, what if you're allowed to just be like, yeah, you might think you have to do this. You got to go to the gym. You got to go for this run or whatever it is you want to do to achieve whatever you desire, which is beautiful. We live in a society. You know, we desire, if you're an achiever, you're a disciplined individual like myself. It's beautiful. It's beautiful that you have desires to do these healthy practices and achieve this, that, the other. But it's important to acknowledge that you could literally just be. You could literally just do nothing. You could just sit in a forest and listen to the birds for like an hour, for an entire hour. That's a possibility that you have. Now, maybe it's, I don't know, depending on your schedule, depending on where you're at, who knows? Do I have a kalimba or ocarina? I do have a kalimba. That I do. I do have a kalimba. This is actually a really good kalimba. Because if you can kind of see, this kalimba has the ability to basically do a vibrato. Find it. It's more prominent on like a hardwood surface, but it kind of just creates like a reverberation or a fluctuating effect. Maybe it'll work better on my guitar here. Oh, it really works weirdly. It's a different key, so it's going to sound a little bit like I'm immediately doing a key shift. But still, it's a beautiful, beautiful parallel. I thank you, Dill. Yes, and I agree. Going back, I kind of lost the comments as an update. What's going on, Tenacity? What's good, brother? Sounded like a tech for Richard Bandler. Very nice. Oi, oi, oi. What is new and exciting? Honestly, brother, lots has been new and exciting. But as we are now going to flow through the comment section, updated. Looks like El Dabo is projecting. He's projecting his own inability to actually... Wow, that sucks. Nice. Denver Clay, technician for the Richard Bandler back in the 90s. Word, thank you for sharing, brother. You ever jump in a cold lake? That I do. I don't know, actually, I don't know how you knew this, and I think you just subscribed to this channel, but I literally 2 days ago, I did a stream where I was jumping into a freezing cold lake. I like went to Bunsen Lake, which is a lake about 40 minutes from my house. And if this is a stream, it's literally a live stream where I go and hop into the lake. I was actually experimenting with how the stream would fare, you know, if the connection would be strong and stable. And it was, fortunately. But I went to this giant valley in Bunsen Lake in Belcarra and plunged into a freezing cold lake. Because I love doing cold plunges. But I love that you connected to that, brother. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so before I ban you permanently, Del Dabo, I'm not going to give you the time of day because clearly you want attention. That's what you're here for. I get it, brother. You're projecting your inability to hold space for a job. Clearly El Dabo's fixated on whatever his 9 to 5 is. He hates his job. He's miserable. That sucks to hear, brother. I hear you loud and clear, El Dabo. Right at you, brother. I know you are struggling. You're really struggling to unpackage your relationship with income, with your job. I hope that changes for you, dog. Like, I really hope that changes. But again, before I permanently send you on your way and revoke your comment rights, I want you to sit with the idea that there is a form of income beyond what you're, struggling with. What you're, again, you're projecting it loud and clear. You're really struggling with the ability to, I guess, wrap your mind around what a healthy model of income looks like. And you project that. You're telling me, get a job, blah, blah, blah. brother, I've worked every job you can imagine. Well, not every job, but I've worked many different jobs. And I work in the film industry. I'm an actor. I have an agent. I don't work for a job. I have agents that work for me, and I'm a YouTuber. And this is what I've been fortunate to build. I've applied myself and not desired just work a 9 to 5. I've worked many, many 9 to 5s, but I've chosen to literally look into the greater possibilities. In 2026, like, broaden your horizons, my dog. I'm not even gonna, this is not even about El Dabo. This is just a, a launch off point to just underline the beauty of when you actually realize how you can honor your time in an unorthodox way. When you can step outside the job models. This doesn't mean drop everything and become a YouTuber. Don't do that. But if you have the capacity to understand that there are models of work that are actually going to align in a deeper way, that are valuing you in a deeper, richer way, this exists. Welcome to 2026. We live in a very rare and unique time where you can actually achieve and attain something that is beyond your quintessential, I don't know, one-dimensional 9 to 5 week experience. I get it. Like, I've worked the moment I turned 14, I worked at Tim Hortons for 4 years. I've worked in warehouses, I've worked as a mover, a renovator, I've worked in kitchens for years. I've worked many jobs. And honestly, they taught me all these incredible, valuable things. But I feel blessed as a full-grown adult to now also be in the stance where I decided to grow a YouTube channel from nothing for the last 9 months. And now I'm literally 5 days out of being fully monetized and literally doing this as my full-time job. So I hope you broaden your horizons, Dabo. If you're still here, if you're not, c'est la vie, baby. C'est la vie. But sucks to hear that you're projecting so much El Dabo. And with that, I hope that resonates. Hope that paints a picture, a perspective. But I'm going to remove your comment rights and I invite you to leave because, I don't know, it doesn't matter now how you feel, as you don't seem to have the self-awareness to participate in this channel. And it is what it is. That's the thing is, like, I love to hold space for people that are, devoted musicians or disciplined athletes or philosophers or free thinkers, right? That's the kind of portal I'm creating, that I desire to create. It's a reflection of my own reality. And I am openly inviting, if there are people that are in this channel, you don't have to be a musician of X years or whatever to participate in this channel. You just basically have to practice basic emotional intelligence or self-awareness. But if you don't practice that, don't think for a second that you're entitled to being a part of this channel. I'll kick you out immediately and remove your comment rights. And it is what it is. It's not even a personal endeavor. This isn't the real world. We're not sitting on a sky train having this conversation. This is a YouTube channel that I'm managing, right? It's a community. So I hope you figure that out, Dabo. Let it be a beautiful learning experience for you, brother. Because you can learn. You can learn from all this, as we all can. It's funny, on a different note, I've been finding myself play around with this baby. I took the picture here with that. El Dabo's just jealous. Oh yeah, homie's projecting left, right, and center. That's cool. I just wanted to use him as a launch off point to address, maybe what El Dabo's feeling. Like, he's not alone. Like, let's be real here. We've all been there. If not many of us, we are locked into a belief system. And even, like, if we're going deep about this is also deeply attached to your philosophical bend, to how you understand how you can actually, honor yourself and the value that you hold in the world, and how you're identifying or connecting that to material resources. This is a deeply woven thing that goes way beyond just, oh, you work a job, or I work this job, you work that job. This is a deeply woven belief that I really desire for people to step outside of if they're meant to, right? Like, everyone has that ability to, like, open your beliefs and figure out a way to, even just, doesn't mean you have to, again, drop everything and change your life radically, but it's a year-by-year process. It takes years and years to unpackage your beliefs. I mean, you know what? Do I actually want to grow some sort of business, or, embrace the unique 2026 dynamic that we're in, where you can do this or that, or make your time go a little further, or who knows, just have a vision. Just be a visionary in some sense. Like, it's not even about doing whatever job endeavors you want to do, but it's like, why are you trading your time for money and acting like it's worth $15 an hour or $20 an hour? I mean, that's okay if you're doing that. I've done that for many years, but it's like giving yourself full permission. Like, is there something more? And if there is, hopefully you're, brave enough or strong enough to entertain that. Anyways, I'm gonna try to do. I've been kind of doing some like weird processing with this, so I might lose most of my viewers in this moment, but I'm just experimenting with this. Yeah, I'm trying to like do a chant, and kind of stream it through this baby. But I've only been having this. I've had this didgeridoo for one day. I had this gifted to me yesterday. It's cool as fuck though, and I'm trying to. I don't even know how to circular breathe, but I know there's a way of creating this that almost is using like an ancient sound. I'm experimenting very openly with this. And it sounds really cool, truthfully, but it sounds weird. Let's be real here. I gotta find a certain note. It's almost like I gotta like do chanting, but then rise it to a higher resonance in my nasal palate, and then project it into the didgeridoo. I don't know. Beautiful sound though. I'm learning, and I think it's gonna go really far. Yeah, it is what it is. C'est la vie. Yeah, I agree. Tenacity. He's let's assume El Dabo probably is. Homie is probably like 17 years old, and he's on YouTube, saying his 2 cents. It is what it is. Like, that's his thing, that's his stick. He just pops on and tells all the hardworking content creators, or the ones that are not hardworking, I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't discriminate. He just throws them out, hey, brother, you're a hippie, get a job. And just, like, doesn't have any original thoughts to say. So that's what his narrative, compulsively projects. And it is what it is. I hope El Dabo took away even one word I said. If he's just like, oh, word, maybe that was not the move. El Dabo's like, wait a second. So maybe calling a stranger who's a content creator who I know nothing about, maybe calling them a jobless hippie or saying get a job, maybe that wasn't the most intelligent move, or maybe that wasn't the move. I don't know. Whatever he took away, I'm sure he took it away. Or didn't, who knows. Yeah. Anyways, would you ever consider those with Palmer flutes? Would you ever consider those new Palmer flutes? Would you ever consider this interesting? I think I know what you mean, your lord. I think you mean those like 3D printed drone flutes or native flutes. In all truth, I don't know. I'm not very attracted if you're talking about the 3D printed flutes that you see. They're like the colorful. You pay $70 and you pay an egregious like $50 shipping for some flute that costs them like $20 to make, and then they send you this beautiful 3D printed flute that everyone can make literally with a 3D printer, and they sound decent. Personally, for me, I find native flutes in the simplest, most respectful right, they kind of bore me to tears. Like without, I mean that's a little bit of a hot take, but they're just not attractive to me in the sense where they're cool. They sound amazing. All flutes sound amazing. Like I love all flutes, but for me to actually go and invest my time and connect, because this is the thing. I'll be perfectly honest, and this is a little bit esoteric, but that's the nature of this channel, baby. Is like, for me to pick up an instrument, I actually have to feel like sacredly connected to it. That's a call to me. I got to build a relationship with this instrument. It's like whether it's a guitar, whether it's a pan flute. I'm not gonna just pick up an instrument, pick up like any instrument, and be like, yeah, sure, that one, let's just do it. I mean, sure, there's nothing wrong if you do that. If you're obviously you haven't been a musician for X amount of time, and that's just the way you do things, that's cool, no judgment. But for me, this instrument, the pan flute, has called me over and over and over again. I had a very unique way of, I discovered the Peruvian style little miniature pan flute when I was like, I don't know, 20 years old or something. First time I ever went to Shambhala Music Festival. I went to this beautiful festival. I was in this whirlwind of all this beautiful energy and all this intense interactions. And I went to this one Bohemian store and I think it's called Bohemian Apparel. And the woman there, she was this like younger chick. She just, was hanging out and she was playing this pan flute and she was like, "Here, try this." And I remember playing it. She's like, "Oh, you're meant for that." She's like, "I want to gift this to you." And I remember thinking like, "Okay, sure. Like, let's try this." And I remember I had this instrument, this little mini pan flute. It's like a $10 pan flute. And I sat there and played this pan flute. It took me like an hour or two, even just to get a note or two in. And after playing this pan flute for like an hour or two, I eventually, over about 4 days, I went to this music festival and spent 4 days with this little pan flute stringed on my shoulder. So I just had it on me all the time. And I would basically play it, every random time. And after about 4 days, I learned how to play like a little basic song. And immediately I was like, you know what? I feel really drawn to this instrument, very connected to it. It's not an easy instrument. Like, it took me a long time to even get remotely okay at it. But fast forward, it's been about 6, 7 years, and I've upgraded. I've bought in like 5, 6 different pan flutes. This is the third, actually the fourth one technically, of this Romanian Nye type. And mainly because my other ones, actually, one got stolen, one got broken. One got broken, I sent it back, got a new one. That one then broke, got stolen. It's like weird. But this one that I purchased locally, because a guy had it gifted to him. His wife gifted it to him, and he played it. He said he played it like twice. Could not play it for the life of him. It has a very infamous learning curve. But at that point, I've been playing pan flute for like 5, 6 years, and I was like, yeah, brother. I was like, I saw it, and I was like, I knew how valuable it was. I was like, this is a gem, and this is like a $750 pan flute at least. And I bought it for like $200 because he just didn't know how to play it. He was just like, I want to go to someone that can play it and really love it and honor it. So I immediately was like, yeah, I'm very into this. So, and this is actually almost identical to the other pan flutes that I had. So, long story short, I've found myself over the years connect with the pan flute. Like, this is like, for me, it's a very like spiritually connected and energetically connected instrument. I connect with it. It feels like I bring this with me literally everywhere. It's like very lightweight, weighs like nothing, and I carry it in a bag just chilling on me. So I have this on me always, and I feel like this instrument for me is like a sacred way of connecting to, well, the culture of Romania, of Poland, of all the different cultures it can represent, but also it has like a very, rare sort of like ancient sound. So yeah, so I think a 3D printed polyethylene or whatever the material flute, it could be an interesting means to an ends of like, if you've never played a native flute or a flute ever, and it's a reasonable price, and like, you know what, I'm gonna get this flute, and it inspires you and connects with you, then awesome. But for me, I've never been attracted to, yeah, those like 3D printed flutes. It just doesn't feel like a very connected way of connecting with the wind instruments. But hey, if it does, then hell yeah, brother. I would have said, yes, I'm hippie and I love my job and get some integrity. Yeah. Oh yeah, but to a homie like that, I think he needed a little more. He needed a little deeper of a perspective. And even further, it wasn't about the homie. That's the thing. It wasn't even about El Dabo. It was actually, I was like, this is what I love. You can do this if you're a streamer and you're new, or you want to be a streamer, and you're managing a lot of people. You realize that there's a way, and this is what I discovered, from learning to be a streamer, for like doing it for 5, 6 months, and be like, oh, this is an interesting way to carry about dealing with negative projections. If people come on, they say things that don't align with your values, or they're not a part of your community, you can, for one, not take it personally. Like, be like, oh, so he said that. Interesting. Interesting. Like, okay, nothing to do with me. Like, we're strangers. He said some random statement that has nothing to do with me. But let us now use this as a launch off point to learn about the broader projection that, the homie was saying. Like, maybe he says some incongruent nonsense, right? That's like maybe even borderline hate speech or offensive. That's a lesson. That's a launch off point to learn, oh, some people are really bad at communicating. They go on streams, they project negative projections, and etc. etc. It can be just simple as that. But for him, I feel like I could have said, yeah, but like, oh yeah, brother, I'm a proud hippie and I embrace having no job or whatever. Or be like, I love my job. You're looking at it like, people, this, you can say anything you want, and it'll be received the same way in some regard. But I think it was more important to, like, revoke his comment rights, but also let him see that this is not a personal endeavor. Like, if we're really looking at this in the most clear-cut way, his comment not only was not taken personally, it said something about him, like very actively. And that's what I wanted to unpackage, because it's valuable for him, but for people learning that are like, you know what? Maybe if there's other trolls that are saying negative things, like if you're like, I want to be a streamer, and someone says something that has nothing to do with you, not only do you not have to take it personal, you can realize that's a negative projection that they themselves are trying to unpackage that we can all learn from. Now, you can, make the executive decision to set a boundary immediately and ban them from your channel forever, which you should in many rights. Like, if you want to create a healthy, congruent channel, by all means. But that doesn't mean that you can't take a healthy takeaway from their negative projection. And again, depends on if you're managing thousands or 100,000 of people. You probably don't have the time of the day to do that. I'm a new channel, a new YouTuber, more or less, or 8 months, 9 months in. So I do have the ability to do that. But you can also just choose to ignore them, full stop, and then just play guitar or do whatever your stream dynamic is. But what a beautiful moment, right? What a beautiful moment to learn. Ashay, please listen to John Butler, specifically this can called Ocean. Oh yeah, the Shamu. I do know that song. And I love that song. I love that song, John Butler Ocean. He's a very talented musician. Glad people like you exist to develop music further, and yes, 3 printed ones. Nice. I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. No, that's a valid question. That's honestly an important thing to think about, where when I first came across these flute makers, where they're just like, yeah, 3D printed polyethylene flutes, I honestly was a little bit off-put, where I was like, you know what? I get what they're doing, and I like that they have some sort of intention. But the thing that threw me off is how much they charge for those flutes. Like, truthfully, it's like you spend their flutes, and they'll advertise and be like, hey, it's $50 for this beautiful single-note drone flute that's black and any color you want. And then when you go on the site, it'll immediately be like, oh no, but that's American price, so now it's $90. But also we're not including the $60 or $40 shipping cost. So basically they're going, no, we advertise as a $50, $60 flute. That's an amazing price, incredible quality, blah, blah, blah. And you end up paying like $140 for the same flute. And then they also are like, oh, but this is the single, but you probably want this double, which is now like $160 or $70. You could spend that same $170 and support an actual flute maker who's made a beautiful, masterful, original flute piece that's made out of wood for that exact price, maybe a little bit more, who knows, depending on, where you get it. But I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way. If you're a person that can't afford, the hundreds of whatever they afford, and it really is like a great deal, and it's transitioning you into a whole new world of playing wind instruments, I think that's dope. Like, I think that's amazing. But I think their broader takeaway is a little bit suspicious in my mind. But I don't know. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm kind of fighting some mild thing. Some cold. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have. I don't know if you guys have an immune system like I do, but I have a very weird immune system where this has been happening a lot, where, especially because I do cold plunges every day, where I go and sprint to the forest, do a cold plunge, sometimes twice a day. But I get this thing where I get sick for like maybe a day, maybe 2 days, where I get symptoms that kind of like pop on, and then they disappear very fast. And then my immune system fights it off, and then I feel good and better immediately. Like within like a day or two, all symptoms are gone, and that happens like very rarely. I just don't get sick very often. But when I do, it's like the symptoms kind of sneak in, and who knows, maybe it could be some kind of like allergic reaction or environmental factor. I don't even know at this point. But it's interesting though. Ever since doing cold plunges very frequently, that's kind of the way I get sick. I don't get sick anymore where I get like long flus or colds for like a week and a half, which I used to happen all the time. But now And again, this could be a coincidence, this could be a mixture of things, but I've noticed that I get sick significantly less. Also, I eat lots of ginger. That's what I've been doing. The last 24 hours, I've eaten like a lot of ginger. Just fresh, raw ginger. And it tastes good. Feels good. It's funny though. I notice, and you may notice this too. These streams, it's interesting how when I have, say, more energy or less energy, like, maybe it's like 12 o'clock at night and I'm just like chilling after a strength training session, or maybe I'm sick or under the weather a little bit. I notice that the default of what I usually do, when I'm streaming, like, okay, I have a little bit less energy. Often what I do is I just hold space in a very like foundational way. Basically, I return to the root foundation of my channel because that's just, I don't want to like uh, manage trolls or, invite these larger philosophical, metaphysical dimensions or contextualizations. So I just like teach guitar, but like, talk about guitar, just play guitar in a very meditative way. And it's very interesting. It's almost like I notice myself return to my root core intention of my channel. Where it's like, if I'm low energy, I'm like, all right, that's cool. We're not going to try to intellectualize this stream too much or maybe talk a whole lot. I still talk because I love verbalizing. That's a strength of mine that I love exploring. But it's funny when I'm like sick or maybe like tired or feeling very meditative, the stream has a different energy where it's like I'm maybe trying to invite more people to just talk about guitar or be like, hey, maybe I can talk about some dimensions and help teach people domains of guitar. Or just simply play and embody the elements of guitar and music that I really love to share. It's a win-win, basically, I feel like, in my mind. It's like, whether I'm full of energy and I'm bouncing off the walls or, or just like, doing active stuff, or if I'm just kind of chilling, it's nice to see that there's always a healthy takeaway and a healthy way to approach streaming that's integral with me. And if there's not, like if I'm like truly not feeling it, then I'm just not going to stream naturally. Excuse me. I am in Canada, Dave. That's correct, brother. British Columbia. Yeah. Oi, what's good, Giga Chat? What's good, Gonsha? So I think we're going to try to play around with a little bit of arpeggios here. We'll mix these arpeggios with some bell harmonics and very gentle, very intentional strikes. This is kind of the nature of what I've been incorporating in my meditative journeys that I've been creating. That is like my meditative forest walks. As I'm trying to focus on not just playing guitar, with the means of creating, say, compositional ideas, but trying to think about, the intention, or that is the cadence, very gently introducing every strike so it feels very good. Focusing just on the cadence and again, all the gentle little nuances. It's actually cool because I purchased a lav mic yesterday and it's going to come in Saturday. It'll come on Saturday. I purchased a really high quality lav mic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into forests and go wherever I go, and I'm going to use this lav mic, probably attach it to my guitar, and it'll be capturing everything in a very, very high quality. So every little nuance will be very pronounced. And every mistake will be very clear. So just invite me to slow down and really meditate into it. You got fire cider, if not make some. Interesting, fire cider. I'm assuming you mean apple cider vinegar cider or something like that. But I don't have any cider. Those are what we call ascension symptoms, especially what symptoms don't last long. It's more energetic and cleansing in nature, not viral. Interesting. Very interesting. I can see that, brother. Honestly, it feels that way where it is sort of like a purging in a very simple, almost like universal way. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it, but that's cool. Thank you for sharing that, Heartbringer. You know, it takes activated charcoal before sleep once a month, and it's good for you. Wow. Yeah. I was drawn to activated charcoal for a long time. Then I remember reading about how activated charcoal also like strips your vitamins. It strips vitamins from your diet if you eat it. I think before you eat something, it's like you gotta have it like empty stomach at a certain interval. But yeah. Oh yeah, I feel that tenacity. I have lots of fermented, live, cultured, um, what is it? Beets, live cultured beets. So it's like a fermented, sort of similar to like fermented sauerkraut, but it's beets instead. And I'm very much a huge advocate of yeah, live culture uh, beets. I eat that stuff every single day, sometimes twice a day. Very good though. Life changing stuff. Truthfully, like get live cultures. If you're not eating live cultures, like sauerkraut or beets or whatever you desire to have it, kimchi, and it's like it's in a live culture, so you have to refrigerate it. Probiotics in a live culture. That stuff is extremely good for your brain health, gut health. It's good for all your neurochemicals, as is for serotonin. That translates from the gut. It's good for your skin health. Good for so many different things. Honestly, it's been like life changing regularly having that. Fire cider's apple cider vinegar with horseradish onion. Ah, very cool, man. I know another one of our regular viewers at Tibet, but I think Tibet and also Temple Lion. They recommended something that's like a shamanic healing tincture. I don't know. I've had that recommended so many times about these kind of mixtures of so horseradish, onion, a few other things, cayenne pepper, turmeric. Yeah, it's like these are like elixirs. I'm gonna have to soon definitely invest in that. I feel like just start creating these like elixirs, like garlic and elderberry mixed with some I don't know what I forget the exact ingredients, but a lot of it has to do with a lot of those similar ingredients like garlic, turmeric. I don't think you said garlic in there, but apple cider with horseradish, onion, and a few other things, cayenne pepper. Those are all very powerful. I rarely consume a lot of those, but I feel like I should. Yeah, so much it goes so far with these kind of combos here. AKA Ashe, aka the guitar. Where while we're playing and looking at it, you explained it like you play, it gives off a resonance that puts you into a meditative state. Mmm. That is right. That's right. That's right, Inked Up. That's right, brother. Yeah. It is. Yeah. It's like that means of trying to focus on, because when you see people play guitar sometimes, maybe when they're advanced or whatever, intermediate advanced, and they're like often sometimes like stressing, like brrr, like sometimes shredding, which is cool. I like to shred sometimes, but there's a different element of guitar that requires a level of meditative attention, meditative presence, if you will, which really reads very clearly, like when you feel. And honestly, when I first started discovering this, it was probably about 6, 7 years ago, when I was on mushrooms. Of course, I did a microdose of mushrooms or fungi, or I guess it doesn't have to be that ambiguous, but I did, the plant allies of the fungal variety, and yeah, I did them every day for about 6 days with one day in between in microdose protocol. And on the sixth day, actually no, I think it was maybe on the third day. On the sixth day, it kind of like went in a different direction. But it was like on the third day, everything requested that I slow down everything. It was like I immediately was like, but what if I play the guitar? Not in a way where I'm going like, just be like, what if I play like you really think about that. That's like sub perpetually slow. Like the progression, it's not like you're progressing 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going like 1, 2, like in a very different cadence. 3, 4. Like you're purposely trying to stretch out the cadence, and that is progression. Like the progression that exists doesn't have to be like to like. You can also make it like very gentle, very different and unorthodox. And that was the kind of core message, because the part of it was when I was on these shrooms, or these plantalis, the fungi variety, whatever I'm gonna call this for this, I felt that. It wasn't like a choice. It wasn't like, oh, let's play this and see what happens. It was like the felt experience of feeling that gentle that was what flowed through. It was like that in my mind at that time, on those few days of microdosing, my brain was there like that, this, just that. Like that is what I need to do. It was like that was the way to play normally just didn't make sense. It was like that doesn't make sense. Like why would you try to like, so you can play that way, but you can also play in a different way. So it was an interesting moment where I was like, never in my life have I really considered that. I was like, yeah, it's true. And then I sat there for the entirety of the day when I was on this microdose. And this microdose was more leaning into like, a little broader of a larger microdose. But it then requested me to do that with everything. I was like, okay, well, let's just now chill and start to dance in slow motion. Like, let's do micro movements that are very slow, very subtle, and subperpetual. Let's talk in a very gentle, very calm, sub-perpetually progressive way. It was everything. My thoughts were slowing down. Everything was like, it was conscious, obviously. I was like, let us just see what happens. It was just an experiment. It wasn't like I had to. It wasn't like the psilocybin was translating into that. But I was like, what happens? What happens? Anyways, long story short, that was like several years ago. I realized that translated into me learning how to make sound journeys, because yes, part of how I connected with the music wasn't just about like intellectualizing, the compositions and being like, oh yeah, it was like, what if I just feel the music? I feel the resonance pattern behind the music. What's gonna happen? And a lot happens, truthfully. A lot happens. A lot of subtle nuances occur in the subtle, well, in the subtle nuances. A lot more than you could ever imagine. You can progress from a place of, or you can play like, kind of very coarse. That was a very sloppy example, but yeah, you get it. The hormones, yes sir, yes yes. Micro. Taking glycine 2 times normal amounts and jello for collagen will keep you young and prolong your youth. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I think I know what you're talking about. I think there's a. I remember reading about glycine and glutathione and the relation between glycine and glutathione, etc. And apparently, okay, there's a few worlds of thought. You might have a little bit of perspective or experience with it a little further beyond me. But when I was younger, I was researching a lot about the kidneys and skin health and things. Being like, you know what? How can I help with the kidney health and like in relation to all the sort of little internal organs? And I came across, yeah, like taking moderate doses of glycine and glutathione. And the world of thought that was prevalent is glutathione is apparently, it's the, if you do a little research about it, a lot of people report it's like the, um, it's like, what is it? What do they call it? It's like miraculous. Like a lot of people are like, whoa, glutathione. It's the next like thing you need in your diet. It's like a life changing thing because it is. It's an antioxidant essentially. If I remember correctly, I haven't researched this stuff in a long time, so let's quickly just do a little Google about it because this has been like 10 years since I've even touched this or researched about this. Glutathione is an antioxidant produced by the liver, helps break down toxins, supports. So yeah, it's exactly as I said. Glutathione helps with the liver. It's an antioxidant, and you can supplement it. Supports immune function. It's like, I think it was called the master antioxidant. That's what they called it. Again, these are just thoughts I'm extracting from like 10 years ago. Intracellular, that's what someone called it. But the idea is it's a very strong antioxidant, glutathione. And actually it interacts with glycine very actively. It's like glycine, if I'm not mistaken, is like a precursor. Again, I don't want to say wrong information, so let's just quickly Google that. But glycine is an amino acid. It's a simple amino acid, classified as a non-essential, meaning the body can't produce it. Found in high concentration of protein-rich food. Let's see, glutathione, understanding that. It's a tripeptide, this of that. Yeah, so glycine is one of the 3 amino acids that make up glutathione. So yeah, that is correct. So glycine is, yeah, it breaks down, it makes up glutathione. So it's like there's glycine, I think there's like, yeah, there's 2 others, I don't forget what they're called. But long story short, that's something I researched a long ass time ago. The whole point of what I'm saying is, so yes, glycine, taking those in mega doses, things like glutathione, it has been proven that if you really need it, it can be healthy because it's an antioxidant. Like that's a whole nother story, different rabbit hole. But antioxidants are beautiful. But this is the world of thought that I came on after researching a lot about glutathione is you probably don't want to mega dose or even macro dose glutathione fairly regularly. And in extension, glycine, I think, operates the same way. These are amino acids, or sorry, these are antioxidants that are functioning on helping increase your kidney function and immune system health. If you need them, and you know for a fact you need them, your diet basically supplements them. Like you're like, okay, I have a diet that is balancing these supplements or these compounds or these amino acids, or sorry, these antioxidants. My brain is kind of in sick mode, but the idea is, or just, yeah, under the weather mode. But the idea is, for this thing is, long story short, it's not good to regularly supplement glutathione or glycine. Like, that's what I remember reading about. That was my takeaway after supplementing glutathione and glycine for a period. Now, I was taking them mainly to, help cleanse my liver, for skin health, and for other parts of my health, like brain health. But apparently, if you supplement glutathione and glycine too frequently, it actually depletes your natural ability to then, well, naturally process these compounds. That is your diet. You'll create basically an imbalance where your body is going to then require this mega dose or excess amount of glycine and glutathione. So take it with a rule of thumb, or take it with a grain of salt, is yes, I think supplementing glutathione and glycine are a good idea, but it depends on your diet. And if you do it too frequently, you should not be taking this every day consistently and just mega dosing it, because that can actually offset your body's natural ability to use these. So that's what I remember researching. Again, do your own research, take it with a rule of thumb, but I wouldn't say take glycine or glutathione, just like supplement it frequently, more is better. Definitely not the case. I remember taking it for a period for kidney health, for overall, yeah, for skin health, for your entire longevity, but apparently this actually does interact, and not in a positive way necessarily, depending on your diet, again, depending on how you're living. It messes with the body's natural ability to produce and utilize these very important antioxidants. But again, that being said, that's just talking about supplementing it. If you're getting glutathione and glycine from your diet, whole rich foods that are translating into those exact antioxidants, you can eat those all day long. That will not affect you. But if you're supplementing them, you got to be wary of impacting your body's natural ability to integrate them. If you made a mistake, repeat it 3 times and make it melodic. Nice. I don't know if I'll do that, but I like that. I like that thought. Oh, wow. That's an interesting natural harmonic. That's like a weird artificial harmonic. That's atonal. Dave, love the idea. Great in life for general. Helps you grasp the awakened state of clarity, able to gain new knowledge. Heck yeah, bro. Yeah. Absolutely, brother. That was a very pivotal moment. Very pivotal moment. You know, I highly recommend if you're in a state where you think you could benefit from developing a heightened relationship with, yeah, the plant allies of the fungal variety, doing a very small amount over, a period of days, versus if you just think, I got a macro dose and a massive heroic dose, once a year or every few years, just taking a tiny, tiny amount a few days in a row can be very pivotal, at least in my experience. What do you believe meditation brings and how you doing, man? What's good, Keys? What's good, brother? I think that's a beautiful, very relevant, um, what's the word? Antidote. Because, yeah, I think meditation can do a lot of things, without a shadow of a doubt. In my recent experience, as I was underlining earlier in the stream, I've had an experience where I basically had a revelation relating to my own meditative practice, and it was awakened from sitting with the microdose of the surgemides. And I did meditation every day for like 6 days, about 45 minutes a day, sometimes 2, 3 times a day. Very powerful shift. And what awakened that was actually giving myself permission to just, as I underlined earlier, do nothing, become nothing, and what is it? And be nothing. So yeah, go nowhere, become nothing, and do nothing. It was like a full permission to just be like, you know what? If I just give myself permission to just do nothing, like I'm allowed to just do nothing, simply to become nobody and to go nowhere. Like this is a possibility. This is a realm of possibility that exists that I can act upon. And even just the thought, it's not like you have to do any of that. You don't have to do nothing all day long and become no one or whatever, but it's giving yourself permission to see how that feels. And for me, that translated into a very heightened, frequent engagement in a meditative state that felt really, really good. And part of what I unpackaged in these few days, my immediate narrative shifted so rapidly. Truly, like in these 3 days, and actually in about 2 days' time, my entire perception of the stressors and the problems in my life, there were some that were just very impending. I was like, damn, like, you know what? I gotta like really think deeply in alignment, or align myself with the higher narrative or perception of what's going on in my life, be it relation to the people in my life, or this person or that person, or this problem, or blah, blah, blah. It was like I looked at these things basically with a very healthy, we could even say a spiritual, divine context, where I was like, and what I mean by that is like I was basically seeing these through a lens of love. I would say in the simplest, right, sitting in this meditative practice frequently. Of course, this was also on the tail end of the surgery. Oh, disconnected and reconnected. It was on the tail end of the surgeon experience. But I immediately found myself deeply reflect. I'm like, you know what? What if I can look at everything that I'm seeing as a problem, and I was seeing this in meditation or after my meditation sessions. What if I could see all these problems through a lens of love? Like really, like, and I was reflecting on this about a week before I had this experience. I was talking about, and I had a stream about this, I wrote a song about this, I called it Sacred Love, Sacred Freedom, and Sacred Aloneness. I realized the way that all these problems that I'm looking at in my life can actually be solved very easily from acknowledging that, how do I look at these things from a lens of sacred love, sacred freedom, and sacred aloneness? And how do I return to what these three things actually look like? And acknowledging, being like, you know what? Maybe part of my own stressors or indifference relating to what I'm feeling is literally just me not adopting that exact lens of being, wait, am I actually looking at, the relationship between this person or that, or maybe the narrative between this friend or this person or my brother or this, and being like, is this being seen from a lens of sacred love, from sacred freedom, and sacred aloneness? So I unpackaged that, and the meditative practice made me realize that, yes, you know what, I can see these from a lens of love. And immediately after that, about a day, I came to this even deeper realization where I was like, you know what? There is a version of me that exists in this reality in the quantum reality. If you understand the metaphysical domains, the metaphysical philosophy uh, theories, how yes, there's a version of you that exists in every conception of ever is. There's a version of you that's picked this up, done this, struck in that. There's a version of you that never did that. There's a version of you who picked up a water bottle. There's a version of you in every given possibility that could ever be. So, anyways, I was acknowledging, you know what? There's a version of me that exists that has already seen every problem that I could pretend that are problems in my reality right now from a higher lens, from a sacred lens, from a lens of love. It's like almost from an emotionally intelligent lens that's basically dealt with all the problems. Like it's a weird, you almost look at it in a very clear-cut way. It's like there's a version of me that exists already in this quantum portal that literally has already seen all these problems through a healthy, emotionally intelligent, and healed lens, which was true, actually. And I just acknowledged that, and it made me feel immediately better. And it basically just told me, if we understand quantum theory, if you understand how quantum theory works, I really just understood that, okay, that's true. Maybe I'm packaging some stuff, some emotions, but the higher expression of myself that is already present, he already exists in a quantum reality, quantum possibility. He's already acknowledged all these things and seen all of these things that I define as problems in a higher light. And that was the absolute reality, the absolute truth. So that made me feel better. And from then on, I just continued meditating with the same intention of nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to be, and realizing, you know what? I think I need to continue to just sit back, surrender, and let myself align with a higher narrative, a higher realm of thought. And I did so for 4 or 5 days. And then my reality shifted very dramatically in this last, week and a half. So that was a cool moment. Yes, meditation, I believe, brings clarity depending on many things of how you awaken it. But if you can meditate, that's a whole nother story. If you can actually sit in meditation for like an hour and just go there and give yourself permission to just unlock it. But when you do, yes, meditation can basically let you, in the most real sense, transcend your fear-based narratives. It's not doing a whole lot else. You just sit in your nothingness and you transcend your fear-based narratives, and you come back, hopefully, ideally, to the core, higher perception that sees out of a lens of love. Sees that, yes, in the quantum construct or the quantum possibilities of all things, there is a version of you that already exists, that has literally already seen how to address all your problems in a higher perspective, in a healthy way, emotionally intelligent way. And this is the truth. Like, this is the actually deepest truth. If you even understand a slim degree of what, these metaphysical philosophy or metaphysics tells us, that is how these things operate. Like, there's a version of you that exists that's done everything you can imagine, that's envisioned your highest ambition and possibility as, the version you exist right now, that's believing in whatever you're perpetuating and living out in your narratives. So yeah, it makes sense that the second you realize there is a version of you that exists that is already transcended or seen in a healthy light all these perceived problems, you're aligning yourself with that. So yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened a week ago. It was great. It made a lot of sense to me. And it's been a great week, truthfully. It's been a very powerful week. When the birds get a note wrong, they restart the bar again. I think the birds they don't even know the difference in truth. Like, in a beautiful way, the birds just don't know, brothers and sisters. They don't know the difference. They never have discerned. No one's ever told them that a bird note will be like, bird, and then it'll be like, oh, that's the wrong note. The bird just knows that it's a note, and it had to come out. Like, birds, I don't know. I don't think about birds a lot. I love them, and I love being around them. But I think they're very spiritually developed creatures. They don't, I'm sure, obviously, they're not human beings, so they don't have, like, a similar narrative or whatever you want to associate with it. But when they're thinking of singing, it's like they hear that quote where it's like, I just want to be like a bird who sings unapologetically and doesn't care who thinks or hears them. All birds are like that. Like, birds, they're going nuts. They're singing out resonances, and they don't have anyone ever tell them that that is the right or wrong note. And they have no conception of why we'd ever believe there's a right or wrong note. And that's beautiful. But I think that's a beautiful perspective, Billy, about what birds think about music. And I'm also welcome, dog. With that, I think we're going to go find some birds. Just talking about birds, I think we're going to grab our guitar and our pan flute and just go to the forest and hang out with some birds. Because that feels like the move. We're going to grab all our ginger and then go and, say hello to the birds. Yeah. We're gonna do something very simple. Because part of the epiphany of like being like, you know what, I want to just go and meditate. And this actually may make sense or not, but this was actually part of what was the catalyst to allow me to meditate for these extended periods of time, for this week period. Was this? It was just this. Strangely enough, it's just this. Um, I would basically wear, my robe. I have like this weird, this like red shamanic robe. I'll probably pop it on because it's more comfortable and this is comprehensive to what we're doing. But long story short, strangely enough, part of what allowed me to actually sit in meditation for extended periods of time was I would drape myself in this robe and I would bring, my pan food and I would have this inside of it. And when I would meditate, I would drape this over top of me. So basically, what I realized was it's very simple. A lot of the reason why I can't meditate often and, I get just distracted is because bugs. There's bugs, there's mosquitoes and random bugs. So that's the reason often why I don't go into the forest and just sit there for an hour. This is maybe obvious, but this was the core truth was I realized that I can just go into the forest and just, drape myself in this shawl, pop on this hood, and just sit in deep meditation. Never to concern myself with a single bug. So that's what I've done is like I now carry this with me everywhere. So if I want to go and meditate in the forest, it seems very obvious, but it was almost like a mental block that I lifted. And I was like, you know what? The forest is the most peaceful, quiet, gentle place to meditate. And I now have zero reason to ever feel like I can't or I will be disturbed by, bugs or create that excuse. So that was very potent. Thank you for sharing. I wonder how much. Whoa. My bad. I hit the button. I see very interesting. Thank you. How you have so much wisdom. I wonder. Oh, thanks. I mean, I don't know, bro. That's a funny. I appreciate the compliment, the wisdom that I hold. How much have I? I'll see other comments. I know I kind of skipped a bit here. Cool info, Harbinger. Harbinger has some great perspectives. Most glutathione supplements don't make it past the breakdown in the stomach. That's correct. That's correct. It's better to take the precursors for the body to naturally produce it. Yeah, excellent. That's your inner druid activating Ryan. For me, I want superhuman hemoglobin. And white blood cells. That's a great intention, brother. Superhuman hemoglobin. It's a very good intention. Focus on triggering the use of foods like broccoli and onions. That's excellent. That's an excellent direction, I would say. Yeah, focusing foods like onions, garlics, and broccoli especially. Broccoli's really good for many different reasons. Hello, repeats. What's good? How was my 420? My 420 was actually very chill. What did I do? I think I just spent a lot of the day chilling in the forest, and then I went to the gym. Yeah, I don't celebrate 420 because I don't smoke weed anymore. It was kind of an interesting moment of reflection. I was like, whoa, 11 years ago, I would have been like downtown celebrating all day, getting all this free weed and all the vendors, but I don't smoke weed anymore. So it's just like a normal day. Yeah. You can use your teachings to explain how to practice in training finger lights. They call it gloving in the rave scene. Super cart. Super cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I love these comments, man. You guys are on a different level right now. I mean, I think we all are. It's we're in a very it helps to grasp the awakening state of clarity. Yes, mush. Well, it's interesting you say that to Inked Up Jesus 420. I am a light glover. I think I've expressed this once or twice. It's actually I am a glover. I have like a beautiful pair of light gloves right here. Yeah, I'm a tutter, as you would call it. Tutter, light glover. I have like an incredible pair of gloves that have like very intricate light gloves. Like these are like $250 gloves. And I program like very trippy colors. But yeah, but that's the thing is I do, you're probably correct. Maybe this is the sign from the universe. You inviting me and reflecting this back to me. You're correct to Inked Up. I probably should dive deeper and reaching into that because that's the thing I was doing for a period. When I was very new, before I started this YouTube channel, I was teaching light gloving. I was making content, being like, oh yeah, this is how you do this movement. Because light gloving, that is free-form, improvised finger tutting, very, very closely interacts with guitar. It's the same muscle memory. I have learned actually how to improvise on the guitar from the way that I improvise with dance. It's like very intricate. See, it's like so much goes on. and I do it all the time. So that's a very beautiful connection. I appreciate you sharing that, dog. So my 420, yes, yes, inner druid, most glytheon supplements, most spiritual, so spiritual. You're so spiritual too, Brenda. You're freaking, you're a beautiful domain of your own unique spiritual place. It's great. I thought this was a music channel. You're correct. There's a guy on YouTube who started taking mega doses of glycine in 2022. His health's really good and his body ages 10 years younger. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think you're probably right about my limited perspective. And like I've never experimented with like mega doses of glutathione, and I'm sure there's benefits that probably outweigh the supposed negatives. I think the only like argument per se was people reporting how yeah, like taking excess glutathione not only it's it interrupts your natural ability to produce and yeah, I think break down or whatever glutathione, but it also puts stress on the liver. Apparently, again, I'm not. I'd have to do more research. Not an expert, but I love hearing about the homie that his health has been thriving from taking it for 10 years. Like that's actually amazing. That's actually revelatory. Let's be real here. How many years you've been in a Remedian? Don't even know what that is, brother. I want to get into its own. Huh. Jay was speaking in some interesting riddles. I learned a few years ago the mushrooms were the first living beings on the earth. Yeah, brother. I love that tenacity. You got an increasingly interesting perspective, my guy. I'm looking forward to doing our talk, like truthfully, at least. But that's the truth. Yeah, mushrooms are the first. We are mushrooms. Our ancestors were mushrooms, and of course, our ancestors before that were prokaryotes, and you know, yeah, whatever they're called. Can you talk like your hands? Nice. Can I talk without my hands? Whoa. Oh, he wants me to talk without my hands. Nice. Well, hard to please guy. Thank you for revealing yourself, dog. You know, stay, don't stay, it doesn't matter. You're the guy, hard to please guy. Like I'm not even gonna give you the intention that you so desperately desire, but thanks for sharing your projections. Thanks for revealing that you're struggling with a lot of what you're trying to convey, and you struggle with your inability or your ability to communicate effectively. And you know, homie made the executive decision to pop up here and yeah, really just lay it on the table. Like the homie, hard to please guy just laid all those cards on the table. He like walked up like a poker game and just like laid them all out and showed that he's a insecure, whatever, I don't know, weird projective. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember half the comments he said. I honestly didn't take 2 cents. He just, said something about metaphysical that and blah blah blah, and it was like weird projections, weird stuff here. So thank you for sharing hard to please, but you're obviously not my target audience. Like, long story short, you're clearly not my target audience. So you can see your way out. Hit that little X on the top left, and exit the stream. So I see, very interesting. Thanks for sharing. And that's where we were updated. Yeah, thank you, Keys. I don't even know. That's I don't even know. I don't even know, bro. It's the same way when I was like 15 years old and I started to like get really into like Marcus Aurelius and Alan Watts when like no one else even knew what that was or had any interest in it. And I never did before I turned 15. So I think if I were to say, I could say the wisdom, strangely enough, I think it really comes from a lifetime of being a guitarist, because guitar humbles you and teaches you many very powerful foundational wisdoms that actually apply to like philosophy, to martial form training. Like there's so many things that all interweave in the foundational lessons that you can achieve. And I just was fortunate to desire to go down that rabbit hole, being like, what, I'm gonna be a musician at like 8 years old. And it was just like that. I knew, had an idea, or I was like, what, this is gonna be challenging, but I never really understood what like picking up a guitar at that age. I didn't really know what it was doing, but it's great. It's good. It's been good. It's been fun. 1 second here. Right. Yeah, so now we're going to make this executive decision and go for this forest portion of this stream. I'm trying to think, should I bring a didgeridoo or not? Didgeridoo or not? I think I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna bring this didgeridoo because you know it's not very heavy. It's very novel. It's fun to have. It'll just be an energetic extension. But yeah, anyway, we'll view the comments in a second here, kind of catch up here. But I think I'm gonna bring some incense, bring the simple, bring some ginger. And some ritual incense, and then let's get out of here. Oh. That's a good dose, ginger. That's what we need here. Perfect. Probably got water. Then we'll get the hell out of here. Yeah, but honestly, sort of returning to the realm of thought, you know, how does one acquire wisdom, per se, or how does one, like, really, hear an ambulance or something? That's trippy. Yeah, if I could, we're gonna rock the rope sandals. Wow. Very bizarre. But truthfully, I think in the simplest way, like if I were to be super blatantly clear or honest about it, is like, I think part of it is exploring philosophical literature and dialogues, almost like desiring to develop a philosophical dialogue, but also, you know, how does one attain wisdom as a whole? Literally, it's always the same. Wow. It's a loud ambulance. Oh, is that a police officer? That is weird, bro. But I think hardship. In the simplest right, I think, where does wisdom come from? Like, objectively, myself excluded, people become wise through hardships, through engaging in hardships, discomfort, overcoming hardships. There's no other way. There is no, like, you don't just become a person that has, like, actual, I guess, perspective and wisdom or philosophical context. It's all coming through a place that is channeled through wisdom, through hardship. Obviously, there's more to life than just that. We all have many different domains and ways to summon perspective, but I think personally, weirdly enough, I've had to overcome a lot of my own sort of hardships, my own maybe destructive narratives, and, you know, just be very in tune with these very humane parts of myself and just embrace it. And I think being a guitarist, like kind of like I first said, being an artist or a guitarist, it lets you be very intimately aware of how to transmute and surface your own emotions, your own hardships, and turn it into something very beautiful. If you burn grounds like coffee, like incense, it'll keep mosquitoes away. Wow. And people like El Diablo. That's an interesting, I've never thought about burning coffee grounds. That could actually be an amazing idea, because I don't drink coffee, but burning it. Interesting. Oi. Thank you, Crash Dice. Beautiful. Let's go and update this. So since you're older than me, oh yes, lived, and seen more, what's the best advice you want to give me as a young man? Yeah, remember, you're like 18, right? Key young, or key master. I mean, yeah, I would love to give you some perspective, brother. Yeah, thank you for the 100 gems, brother. I appreciate the sincere offering. That's kind of you.
420 was in Ottawa, Parliament Hill, about 30,000 people back in 2011. Honestly, that's a part of it. I love the community building elements of 420. I haven't attended and smoked weed for like 10 plus years, but I love the community and the culture of it. Max Lee, what's good, brother? Lee Jason, he ate a fungi mushroom. Hey man, I have to say, that's awesome. Congratulations, brother. That's honestly like straight. He said 6 grams. You had 6 grams. If you're serious about that, if you actually took 6 grams and sat with that, congratulations, friend. Like that's an actual beautiful thing. Piano does a lot of the same. What a cool stream of Shay, so interactive. Boy, word. Thank you, Harbinger. Thank you, Harbinger. Yeah, today I honestly wasn't even sure I was gonna stream. Mainly because, I kind of woke up feeling a little sick and was just kind of like feeling into my energy. But I'm like, you know what? I think I want to tap into this portal. I don't know. Ginger is, I think there's many different types of ginger. That's not like crazy. Ginger doesn't make my mouth burn, actually. I don't know why. I can't say. Maybe it's the type of ginger, but Keys learn to shake hands with dirty beggars in the street, sit them and talk to them normal. That's really beautiful perspective. I'm definitely going to answer Keys' question a bit. I just want to make sure I'm not too behind on the comments. All right, we've caught up to the comments. Very nice. Wisdom and intelligence is not the same. That's absolutely right, Ben. But I think tenacity is actually, strangely enough, correct. I would love to expand off, from my own intuitive perspective about wisdom I would offer someone who's in the younger generation, as Keys Masters is. But truly, from what tenacity is saying, I agree, it's actually been a life-changing component to be able to actually embrace your fellow human being. Whether they're, a person that's a homeless person that has nothing to offer you but, just their simple humanity, or their fragmented presence, or, a stranger on the street, or maybe a stranger at a show or a rave, or a stranger on the beach, or it's like, once you realize at the core that there really is no reason to separate yourself from your fellow human being, like to judge them. And it's not even about being like, okay, I won't judge them, like say judgmental things. No, it's about realizing why, on the deepest core of your being, that your stigmatizations of how you're defining your fellow human being are probably inaccurate. They probably don't have any truth. Like, if you try to define a person in such a one-dimensional way, it's not helping you, it's not serving you, it's not aligning with how the universe wants to deliver this human being into your life. So I agree with tenacity. It's important to treat everyone the same, like actually not judge them in a very like open-hearted way. And that's the thing you have to see. You can't just like say, okay, I understand now, so I'll do it. It's like you got to see why there is genuinely no reason to separate yourself from human being. It's just something you have to see and feel and understand. But yeah, honestly, to Keys, I would say, so there's a lot of ways I could approach this, but I think advice I would offer to someone, you're 18 years old or so, in a younger generation, you seem to be as we've talked briefly, you seem to be a pretty self-aware, pretty competent young dude. I would say forge a nourishing relationship with your body and inevitably see how deep of a portal your body is. Like, in the simplest, right? Your body, your somatic body, your ability to, honor maybe all the elements and components of your body, your nervous system, that is an endless portal that will infinitely nourish and change your life over and over and over again. And it's not just about you, it's about when you're allowing yourself to show up in the world, in an integrated, regulated way, that allows you to resonate with other human beings, the opposite sex or people in general that are also operating out of a regulated nervous system. So I'm basically saying, if you can do practices that help you nourish your body, honor your body, like really do those things, realize that is going to change your life invariably for the better, and they're worth investing in. So that's the first little, general thought I would say. But if if you want to get philosophical as fuck or talk about like music related things, advice that I would offer to a person in the younger generation, this may sound a little bit obvious, but maybe not. I don't know. You just gotta be yourself. Like it's very important to just be authentic with what you and who you are. Like sadly, there's so many people in this world, they suffer profoundly because they don't know who they are, and then they have the world define them. It has the world kind of project to them who they think they are, and then inevitably, wow, there's some alarm going off. A lot of interesting audio chaos going on in the world around here. But yeah, it's important to basically just be your authentic self. Realize that you're allowed to be exactly as you are. Express your authentic truth. Unapologetically own whatever artistic expressions you desire to own, and see how that is, again, like a portal, similar to what I was saying about the body, that invites other people that resonate on the same level. So it's, in the simplest way, those are two sort of separate statements that are just saying, honor what you're authentically feeling and let yourself just be unapologetically yourself. If it's just want to rock out to some cool music, or freaking dress a certain way, or just show up in those subcultures or dance communities or whatever it is, realize how much your ability to show up as your authentic expression of yourself, how much that is going to shape the next 10, 20 years of your life for the better, or maybe for the worse. Because the reality is, without getting too philosophical or broad, a lot of people suffer in this world and really live a life they don't want to live, and then they suffer for it, is because for whatever reason they've been afraid to just be themselves. It's a sad reality. It's when you're a product of a world where you're not your authentic expression of yourself, very simply, you become very easy to manipulate. People will tell you who you are and you'll believe them. You'll try to validate yourself from other people's projections of who they think you should be. But if you know yourself, you penetrate through all of that. If you really know yourself, you're like, you know what? I know who I am. I know what I love and what I honor. And you nourish yourself and you reinforce that self-love. In the simplest, right? It bounces off of you. People's projections or the illusions of this world, you'll see right through them, right? So if you just come to know yourself and be your most authentic self, doesn't matter what it is. You could be fucking frustrated, or, want to be maybe like Eminem or something. Strangely enough, a dude like Eminem, very random example, but I think Eminem is a good example of a musician who is just himself. He unapologetically rocked and owned his energy of who Eminem is. He was just I'm going to be Eminem, and I'm going to, wear this truest expression of self. And we're not all going to be Eminem, surely. But it's if you can allow yourself just be you know what? I know who I am, and I'm going to honor that over and over and over again. Then it really penetrates through a lot of the chaos and noise of how this world tries to influence and program you. It's you know yourself, so no one can project their narratives onto you. And then you live with a lot more peace, purpose, and clarity. I don't know, there's a lot I could be said about that, because it's a very broad question, but if I look back at my life, I think I'm very happy that for whatever reason, I was able to, again, for whatever reason, I don't even know, I was able to really honor my authentic expression of self. It's translated into every powerful, massive shift in my life that I could ever, look at and be holy shit, I'm so grateful that I am myself. I'm just honoring the authentic expression that is me. And yeah, it's a very, very penetrating presence to have, to know yourself. And the saddest reality is when you don't know yourself, it actually seems to really unravel into a lot of mental pathologies, into a lot of, fragmentation and indifference. And yeah. Also with that, I think the simplest, right, this is kind of a broad shout out, because yesterday I was watching, this is a different tangent, I'll tangent there in a little bit, but the simplest, right, the younger generation right now needs to Like, invariably, we all need this, but the younger generation is surely in a very unique time. You know, I'm 31, so I'm in a generation that has at least a little bit of perspective of being outside of the programming of smartphones, of technology. But in the simplest right, there's pretty much everything you can imagine that is transformative in nature, that is empowering and even enlightening in nature, that is just in the real world. Basically, there's everything, all the keys to all the doors is on the other side of simply just showing up in the real world. And it's weird because that's not always been the way life is, but in 2026, it is so. Like, some of the most powerful transformative things will occur literally just simply from penetrating the programming that is basically diluting your reality and trying to make you almost believe in a one-dimensional narrative that is outside the real world. And the only way to penetrate that, if you're, you know, a younger fellow, you know, human being, it's literally just in the real world, like real world interactions, eye contact, micro expressions, you know, having healthy community connections with your community, you know, intimate relationships, just connecting with your fellow community members in like fitness facilities. All of these things will happen in the real world and will transform your life rapidly. And it's kind of strange that I even have to say this, but it's just, the fact is, everything you desire and all the keys to all the doors, again, are actually on the other side of living in the real world. You know, you think, but it's my phone, but I think it's this, and my maybe lack of self-worth, or maybe you think it's XYZ thing that you'll try to pin for your own miseries or your own fragmentation. It is going to strictly always be, the answer is to go into the real world. Like, the answer is, we're drowning in a sea of delusions and illusions that are trying to reinforce all these narratives. And the answer is literally clear. You have to see, feel, and experience the real world. Once you see, feel, and experience it, it will all make sense. But invariably, you know, our younger generations, you know, the 18-year-olds, the younger beyond them, before them, they all desperately need to see what is on the other side of entering and experiencing the real world. And I'm not talking about just like the real in some broad definition, just touching grass, so to speak. You gotta match eye contact with people. You gotta be on dance floors. You gotta be on beaches. You gotta be in fitness facilities. You gotta see what's out there in this beautiful world. And it's not on your phone. The world on your phone is not the real world. Anyways, that was a lot of a lot of words, a lot of thoughts. But I truly believe, like, this is just a tiny little timbit into what I feel is important for us to sort of sit with as a collective. But take that with a grain of salt, you know? Be authentic to yourself, honor and nourish your body, live in the real world. That's the simplest encapsulation. TDLR. If you're authentic with yourself, you know who you are, the world really can be seen with a clear lens. You know, you know who you are, so you don't need the world to try to define you with who you are. And then again, if you're nourishing your body, the body is a portal. It's an exquisite portal that sadly most of us don't even begin to tap into potential. And this, again, the third bizarre reality is that the keys to all the doors, all of them, are inside of the real world. You know, you might think, but this, that, the other is my issue, or but this is that, this is the issue. No, the answer is simple. You need to get up and show up in the real world. That's pretty much the answer to like the multitude of problems that you probably think are very real, but they're not. You just got to show up for the real. Yeah. Anyways, and thank you so much, Crushed Ice. Like, that's behind just kind of like unpackaging and packaging that. Sent the high five, the floating heart, and the marshmallow. I love that. That's beautiful. The 111. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Man, the weird thing about the didgeridoo, I don't know, it probably doesn't sound amazing from your end. Maybe it sounds all right, but it feels like the didgeridoo is a very visceral instrument. It's a felt experience that it's very weird. And I think it's going to evolve because this is the first day I've used the didgeridoo. Oi, thank you, Hunter, for the chili, brother. Got attacked by a chicken. Well, maybe that. I don't know what to say to that. Hello. I would say, maybe that's the universe trying to tell you that to honor the chickens. Just honor the animals around you. Maybe that's the message. Yeah. Wow. 5 years recovery and being stuck in a chair taught me about the ego dissolution. Wow. 2 strikes of lightning made me humble. Wow. Wow. Thank you for sharing, Tibet. That's so wild I love your continuous reference to lightning, but now it makes sense. Like you've been physically struck by lightning. Wow. Like the metaphysical connection to lightning. That's very interesting, Tibet World Walker. We've all been there, Tibet. We've all been there. We've all been selfish pricks, I would say. Some of us, we shed that layer as teenagers, but I think weirdly enough, this is a very strange hot take, but I think you're doing something right if you've been a selfish prick in your life and you've had to transcend what that is. I mean, I would say within all my, my phase of being like locked in a facade when I was like 15, 16 and smoking tons of cigarettes and listening tons of Eminem and thinking that I was this and that, fortunately, I was still there. Like the character, the energy that was me, the self-awareness that was always me was behind that facade, behind that being a selfish prick. But I hear you. Be present with yourself and you can begin to present with others. Yes, people lost in themselves to send the vibes to others who will possibly take advantage of you. That's correct. That's correct, Susan. Like, that's what I mean. There's many different ways you can interpret that, or just unpackage that, of like how important it is just to know yourself. Some of us will go through our entire life, sadly, and maybe not really know ourselves. Hopefully not. But as a guy that's been fortunate to somehow just stumble across a life, Pinecone, and know himself. Like, I objectively am a dude that I somehow really have attained, a strong identity of self for whatever reason. Probably a lot of it's a lifelong process of being a guitarist and being a this, that, the other, and who knows, and like martial artist. All great things. But, the core essence of it is when you know who you are, yes, the world around you cannot define who you are and cannot basically try to manipulate or control you. And, yeah, very valuable thing. It's like when you're abundant with who you are, because you know who you are. When people try to project their projections of who you are, you don't take it personal. You actually just don't even, like by default, your brain doesn't ever think that, but now my sense of a self or my identity of self is shattered or, is brought into question. It's like, you're like, you know what? I know who I am. And you see through the illusions. And again, that's a little easier said than done. It's not as simple as I'm making it out to be. But, yeah, if you can even just honor the authentic expression of self and show up for who you are, what you're feeling, and realizing how powerful and valuable that is, then you've won. Like, you've won today. You've won the day, basically. If you've been like, you know what? I am this way and I love myself. Ashe sounds kind of good. Sounds kind of good on there. I don't know. I'm really into throat singing lately. Just those deep, ancient tones. I feel like I instantly become like a caveman / ancient Tibetan. I don't know. When I was growing up, I went to a fancy school. And the whole idea, taught so many people to do, is what you enjoy in school. Don't worry about money and you'll be fine forever, no matter what career. Wow. I mean, that's pretty dope, I gotta say, to Floyd. That sounds like a blessing, but also, of course, all blessings can also be flipped depending on our intentionality and, our presence. But that's wild. I mean, hats off. It's not as one-dimensional as that, sadly. We all can't just do what we want to do, in a sense, or we all interpret that different ways. But that's beautiful. I think that's a step in the right direction, Hunter, I think. Like a school system that actually reinforces at least a little bit of originality. You know, because it's a weird reality. Like, it's a weird reality that a lot of us, being yourself, like being whoever you want to be and whoever you know, desire to be, this also means like a profound level of ability to recognize that you could be, you know, someone who just lives in a remote mountain and is content with very little. Like, you could be a guy that maybe you're even like a person that's overcome intense hardship and, you know, you've overcome some sort of addiction and you are living a simple life and you're living the life you want to live. And that is your authentic self. And you got to embrace that in a world that's trying to like break down and suppress the authentic self of what we are and tell us, oh, you have to be this way, society got to be this way. I mean, I don't know. That's not the path for me. I love living a life of discipline and devotion and, I don't know, all these healthy values that translate very well in society, strangely enough, but also penetrating society. It's like, yeah, you just got to be at peace with whatever this human experience is trying to karmically tell you. And I don't know. That's a complex variable. Truthfully, it's a complex variable. You choose. Do you think it stems from a hedonistic idea? You choose. Do you think that stems from hedonistic ideas? Enjoy what you do to school, you can career, blah, 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 blah. Strong words. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Keymaster. Yeah, I'm just... Simple truths. I sometimes will unpackage these things because that's the way my brain likes to think, but simple truths. Love and nourish your body. It's an infinite portal. It will... And I'm being like very transparent about, like, I cannot emphasize this enough, is if you love and nourish your body, it will change your life infinite fold. You're like, if you learn to, you know, for example, for me, you know, rock some handstand push-ups and frickin' do freeform tutting and rock some qigong flow in the long term picture. Like, if you start to figure out what the body can actually do and you honor that, your life will change over and over and over for the better. Like, you'll realize that, oh, like, holy shit, the answer in many ways has been to honor the body. It's been, the body is a vessel. It is a portal that has infinite potential, as is many things that we could define as portals. But the body, the vessel, the vessel is us. Like, we have this exquisite vessel. Your hands, your arms, your entire body. It is an exquisite portal, an exquisite vessel. And when you understand that and you start to honor it infinite fold, it will change your reality very quickly. You will realize that, oh, like, you won't even see, like, the depths of what it's capable of and how much beauty and abundance and just extraordinary life it can awaken is infinite. Like, it is like it's a very playful thing. Like, because these things, I'm not talking about like training every single day forever, you know, doing rigorous Shaolin monk training and frickin', you know, David Goggins type stuff. No, I'm talking about a lot of awakening the body's potential is playfully falling in love with your body, with what your body can do. You know, whether it's dancing, whether it's handstands, whatever. It's like the body is a portal that you should playfully love and explore. And once you see it as such, it will change your life forever, over and over and over again. Yeah. Anyways, that's a core piece of that. And it's, I say this, you know, with a depth of like sincerity, where I'm like, please, like, heed these words. Think about that. Like, really think about how you can honor and nourish your body and what that looks like, and how, like, if you just pull those threads and really think about it, you don't have to act on that and change your life today or tomorrow, but like really understand the body is like an exquisite portal. It is like, there's so much potential. It is like here for us to do so much beautiful things. Yeah, I play the Dig too. Hey, let's go. This is my day one. I had a beautiful soul gift this to me. And yeah, the fact that she gifted this to me already has made this like an exquisite portal. But I love it because I like Tibetan throat singing. That's like a direction I'm playing around with just for fun, you know, with my style of like creating sound journeys. But the fact that the didgeridoo enhances that. Super dope. Very fun. Let's see. So let's see how behind we are. Oh, there we are. Welcome, Amy. Welcome. I'm happy to see you. Strong words. Thank you for sharing. Solid advice. I agree. I say that probably like 3 times a week. You know, in the real world, in the stream world, because the stream world is like a part of my life as of late, but it's like, yes, like the body the body, yes. Like, what a portal. What a beautiful portal. And then again, I say this almost from like a, it's like it just explodes out of me where I look at my life, I'm like, holy shit, is my life like objectively, transformatively better? I don't know if that even made sense. It's transformative and better because of the body, because of my relationship I formed with the body. It's just like that simple. It's like, how beautiful is the body? The potential of the body is so infinite. Let's go body. Apparently chickens are the T-Rex evolved. Yeah. I can see that. I like that. Honestly, I think it's almost hilarious how if a chicken attacked you, maybe that's like the natural world, you know, the chickens and they're just like coming back. They're like trying to like remind you, be like, hey, like, what are you doing? you gotta honor us. We're chickens. Like, you know, honor the cows and the llamas, and like, you don't even have to do anything really about that, but like, what a nice reminder from the world and the universe that like, fuck yeah, the chickens, they deserve honor and respect. Maybe, I don't know if you're disrespecting them at all, but you know, we can always respect the chickens a little bit more. Not chasing money is important, but also making money is also important. Yeah. That's true words. Yeah. I don't know. I have a strange, very strange perspective on money. Strange in the sense of, I'd say it's healthy, but not normal. But for me, basically, for most of my life, I don't know why I'm having so much fun. Just look at all these. I got all these like mini pine cones and sticks. And this is like I used to do this a lot in like, as a kid. I just throw, you know, like grass and pine cones around. It's just like, you know, just rearrange nature. But the idea is that, yeah, when you, what was I talking about? Oh yes, money. The idea is that for many, many, many years of my life, like many years, I'm talking like, I'm 31, I spent probably like 20 plus years of my life, like realizing how limited money is. And what I mean by that is like, I actually was like powerfully emphasizing everything that which is beyond the material world, the monetary realms. You know, I was like, I realized like very active the limitations of trying to heavily transfix your focus on the material. And, you know, that goes very philosophical in the nature of it. Like, if you understand metaphysics and etc. But in the simplest right, there are many things money can't buy. I was painfully aware of this for many years of my life. Now, as a full-grown adult, a YouTuber, you know, performance artist, you know, running businesses and freaking visions up to here and there about being a full-grown adult, I realize that money rocks. I want to have a lot of money. Like, not with no secret here. I want to be like very well off. And it's not even like a pipe dream of like, okay, I'll get there. I want to win the lottery. No, I'm going to make sure that I'm very financially well off in every given metric and definition. And it is so. I'm a phase of my life where so many years I've been cultivating and growing and, you know, seeing the limitations of money and growing things that money can never buy. But now I see how it actually full circle, how is aligned to me now not only making money, but understanding the actual value. Just spit on myself. Amazing. But the idea is like, it's a very weird paradox that when you can really understand the value of money, like that's the core essence. Have money, don't have money, doesn't really matter. It's more about, do you understand the value of money? Like, can you actually put that in perspective on a philosophical or energetic level? And if you can, then you're going to see some very clear truths, you know, about how you desire to dispense your time and energy and value said time and energy. And yeah, I don't know. For me, it's simple. I've devoted my life to many things that money can never buy. Guitar practice, athletic pursuits, honoring my health, blah, 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 dance. I spent numerous hours upon hours just dancing and connecting with my body and meditation and breathwork, whatever. Things that are infinitely more valuable than money, in my opinion. But you realize how all these things full circle then awaken into higher truths that then translate actually into accumulating resource in a very integral and fulfilling way. It's bizarre, but that's the final tier of it. Everything you do will translate into, you know, monetary resource if you're doing so from a self-aware and disciplined place. Like, if you're a disciplined human being, like I've been a strong believer in this since I was like young as shit, since I was like 15 years old. If you're a disciplined, like really disciplined individual, you can apply yourself. Like, you wake up and you're like, oh, I'm going to get shit done, and you get it done. you're going to succeed. Like, you're going to succeed if you're like, you know what, I'm going to become a businessman or a corporate lawyer, or I don't know, like a doctor maybe. I don't know why you'd want to be a doctor, but it's like if you want to be whatever you want to be, if you fucking can apply yourself, congratulations. You know, you've done what a lot of people just can't do. And if it doesn't matter, if you can discipline and apply yourself, it is going to translate. Like if you're being really honest, if you can actually discipline and apply yourself. But conversely, if you can't do those things, if you just suck ass at disciplining yourself and you can't apply yourself, well, you know, buckle up, because you're going to learn some hard truths about being a human. But anyways, nice things to talk about. I like to try to often put my foot down and be like, I don't want to talk about money per se. Like, you know, I don't want to just go off in rabbit holes with, you know, all of us collectively talking too much about money, because that's a very weird, almost like, you know, what's the word? It's a little bit devoid of deeper purpose and meaning. Now, it's cool. It's interesting to talk about how there's philosophical and energetic connotations to talking about money, but I think there's better things we could spend our energy talking about. It is a didgeridoo. It is, actually, I'm glad you asked, Amy. It's Australian. This is an Australian didgeridoo. I don't know how to circular breathe still, but I just play chanting and toning, and it just feels really good. And it's really like flowy. It's like I can spin it and almost dance with it. Very cool. It's a very cool thing to have. Thank you, Billy. Just riffing from the dome. And it seems to make sense. So I'm going to keep speaking words. Don't forget to liken up the chat. Bless you, Amy. Happy you're here. Happy your awesome presence is here. Circular breathing is important for the didge. Yeah, circular breathing, that's what's so dope. You know, didgeridoo aside, you know, you could be like, I want to do didgeridoo stuff. Everything that the didgeridoo is promoting is so ancient and healthy. It's so primal. Like, you know, circular breathing, rooting your breathing, and yourself and your breath, you know, chanting and tonality and just like all of it, playing with resonance. It's a very powerful primal instrument, I must say. Me too, Ryan. Love the band Who, and they're metal. Yo, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the Who are awesome, bro. Honestly, the more I listen to throat singing, the more I'm just like enamored with it. And even further, I don't even like listen to a lot of throat singing. I listen to some like, you know, Gregorian chant type chanting and Tibetan chants, and I'm always like, whoa, this is beautiful. But throat singing feels really good. Like throat singing is like a resonance pattern that just reverberates through your core. It's like you're connecting with your ancient ancestors, and you're like, yes, I am, you know, primal man. I don't know. It goes in many different directions. I'm in the phase of playing the didgeridoo where I'll sometimes just pick it up and make sounds, and I'll be like, whoa, that is amazing. Like, I have to recreate that. And I often can't recreate it, at least not very fluently. Oi. Fair enough, Harbinger. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I appreciate you, dog. Hope you enjoy your day. Honestly, I think, what are we at? We're at 2 hours. Wow, these 2 hours and 42 minutes have flown by. I don't even know. I'm probably going to do a cold plunge, probably do some meditation, and, you know, swiftly at about 3 hours, I think we'll kind of summarize, see how this flows through. But thank you for chiming in, brother. I appreciate you like this. Make lots of animal noises. Ooh. I like where your mind's at, Amy. Make fucking animal noises. Ooh. I'm going to make all the noises. Like, damn. I'm going to fucking... I don't know. I think... I don't know. I know one of my favorite artists, Porangi, he does a lot of didgeridoo. And yeah, he makes these weird, like, really strange, like... I don't even know how to describe them. Like, maybe, like, bird / like, gecko noises. I don't even know what they are. Where they're just like... Yeah, they sound so cool. What are they? Maybe koalas? I don't know. It's a weird noise. That's kind of like a high-pitched, like a... I don't know how the fuck to consider it, but they sound really good in the didgeridoo. and damn. I want to hear you play the didgeridoo one day. I feel like you got some great didge. I mean, you are Australian, so I'm sure it's in your blood and your culture. Transformation is a long-term thing. People realize the negativity can catch up to them. Yeah. And for the worse, yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to be said about that. You know, I think anyone at any point in their life can make a powerful, radical transformation. Like, they can change their life, like, at any given point. You could have gone through a harrowing chapter and you can awaken to something beautiful and live a beautiful life. But, you know, when you sit with the core realizations of understanding, like, quantum mechanics and even just basic metaphysical philosophy of, like, oh, I am my thoughts translate and influence my body, and my body influences my thoughts, and my psychological body influences my neurological body, and you just see the connectivity of everything, and your energetic body is the subtle body that influences all, and they all influence and weave into each other. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be like, oh, but I'm living a life where I'm thinking negative thoughts and making bad decisions that, you know, is dishonoring my body. But then you're like, but why is my life so turmoilic, and why is it so fragmented, and why am I not living my most abundant life? It's like, yeah, your thoughts, your reality is a reflection. It's a product of your choices, and it's never not going to be that way. You know, it's some basic kind of like motivational lingo, but it's like, it's so true. Like, you know, if you look at your life like, damn, my life sucks. It's like, well, your choices suck. Like, get up and do better. Make better choices. Like, live a better life. Like, you're just a reflection. There's nothing, it's not like an argumentative thing of being like, oh, but this and that, but this, and no, it's like, it's just a law of the way the world and the universe works. It's like, you gotta desire to see deeper into how you are playing the role in the reality that you're forming. I don't know. I'm not an expert and see everyone's life through everyone's lens, but surely there's some universal truths in there, I think. Money is money, it makes the world go round. It's not a philosophical thing. Wow. Sad as you could not be more wrong. You could not be more wrong, the Kylie. But of course, yeah, we all desire a foundational level of resource. Absolutely. Like, I'm not saying be an aesthetic essentialist monk and not have a cent to your name. We all live in society. I live in society, brother. You live in society. Most of us on the stream, if you got a phone and you're on YouTube, you live in society. I get you, brother. But money is a philosophical thing. It's a metaphysical philosophy, conceptualization. It's a belief that we infuse value and belief into. You could not be more wrong if you deny that. If you're like, no, but no. Money is money. Like, you got to get money no matter what. Consumerism, capitalism, let's go. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, money is not just money. Like, you're living in a distortion. I'm sorry to tell you, brother. That's delusion and distortion, or sister, or whatever, you know, the stranger behind the text is. I hate to break it to you, but hopefully I also love to break it to you. Money is a philosophical thing. It's a woven belief that deeply associates with how you associate the world and how you make choices and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe you don't want to hear that. Maybe that shatters some of your delusions, but you got to hear that. And maybe it sucks. Maybe you really understand what the fuck I'm talking about until like years down the road. Maybe never. But yes, you choose philosophically, psychologically, the beliefs that you form around money. You tell me your money is worth $30 an hour, $20 an hour, or nothing, or whatever you're trying. That's what you're believing. You believe that. And then how you act and operate and build a life around that, that's how money is going to be perceived by you. But there are people living a radically different experience who have a philosophically different reality and a psychologically different reality, a nervous system or somatic reality that is far different in the relation to money. And that's an invariable truth. So I hope that makes sense, Kyle. Money versus time. Yeah. Again, the thing is, the caveat about this is, these aren't things you can just wake up and be like, oh shit, he's right or wrong. Like, you know, and maybe I'm not right in your perspective or your perception. Maybe you'll live your entire life believing one thing. It doesn't matter. But these are things that are like thinly veiled truths. You got to pull the threads. Like, you got to be like, wait, maybe there's a little sliver of truth and realizing the money is not just a one-dimensional thing that is not deeply woven into our narratives and our beliefs and blah blah blah. Like maybe there's a little bit of a sliver of truth. Let's unpackage that. Like this is critical thinking 101, Kyle. Like not to throw salt at you, Kyle. Like I get you. You're expressing your truth, brother. But this is critical thinking 101. Like can you unpackage a critically thought observation and really pull those threads to see what's underneath that? If you can, then amazing. If you can't, well, that sucks. Man, the Attack on Titan theme for some reason has been stuck in my head non-stop the last like 3 days. Or like more than that. Oh, these doggos. They're living their best primal existence. I love that I have a didgeridoo. Yeah. I love how I received this didgeridoo. I've honestly loved everything that's been happening, man, this last week. Like, not to fully disclose my entire personal life too much to a degree, you know, maybe that will come in time, but man, life has been like super dope. Like I don't even know how to describe it. I've underlined, you know, been like, hey, meditation practice has been good for me. It has been good for me. But yeah, I'm elated with life right now. Like life fucking rocks. Not to stroke my own ego reflex. But yes, life is a beautiful reflection. It's a natural part of the architecture, the creation of our great creator. Yeah, brother. Did you hear the dogs bark? Yeah, the dogs, they're ever present. They're on their way. They're on their way out. They were just doing dog stuff. It's true. Gus needs his next batch. Oh, damn. Gus can wait. Hello. Congratulations getting monetized. Thank you, Rock Fan. Thank you, brother. Yes. You know, we reached up. It's like we're officially in the first tier of monetization. That happened like a week ago or so, where we can receive super chats and gems and all that. We got the little 111 up there and the little $0 bill. But I mean, that's just a beautiful little benchmark. But in about 6 days' time, because we're at about 4,800, or no, sorry, 3,800 watch hours, 3,800, all from streaming. It's all from streaming. I don't do long format. I haven't got success in long format yet. So I got 3,800, or sorry, 2,800, 3,800, what am I saying? 3,800 watch hours. And in about 4 days or 3 days, I'll officially hit 4K. And then in 5 days, it'll update to 4K. So in 5 days' time, I'll hit 4K watch hours. And then I'll unlock ad revenue monetization. That means I get paid per views. Which, you know, probably will be dick all at the start. But it's a start, you know? The next quest will be to reach out to sponsorships and be like, hey, what do you think about my YouTube channel? Like, do you want to sponsor this channel? Humming heals your vagus nerves. It does so much. Like, it really does. I swear, I was like doing this the other day and just like, it's just, I was doing something different that was like really resonant. Like it was reverberating very powerfully. And I swear everything just zoomed out for a second. I mean, it was nighttime and I was, you know, with a lovely individual and we were both just sitting there kind of meditating and feeling to the energy. And I was just seeing the way of like everything just for this one moment. I don't know why. I basically zoomed in and saw this little reverberation. It was like a ripple of energy. It could have been placebo effect to some degree. I don't know. But when I basically hit this one didgeridoo note, it just like, it made a different, like a ripple of energy. Would you let your hair down one day? Probably. I mean, my hair is just, it's my hair. The Aboriginals make animal noises with the didgeridoo. Yeah, I really love your invitation to explore animal noises. This dog is getting riled. But yeah, I think the didgeridoo is definitely meant to be doing animal noises. I gotta really think about that. What animal noises I want to make. Probably eagle noises, if that's a possibility. I don't know. I don't know shit about making animal noises. Not yet, but I will. The Aborigines, yes. They do Dreamtime stories. Yes. Oh, but I didn't know how to either before before I got one gifted to me. I didn't know. I just didn't know. But now I kind of still don't know. The kookaburra is the bird they imitate. Oh. Oh. Okay, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. I think frog noises are a good place to start mastering. Oh. That's a beautiful thought. Frog noises. I don't know. For me, for some reason, the way I intuitively have approached the didgeridoo is, yeah, Tibetan chanting, like, or Tibetan throat singing really seems to be like, it's like, it attracts me where I'm like, oh, like, almost like if you hear like Tibetan throat singing where it's like, you know, just like, or like, it's not even, I'm not even doing it successfully. It's like, you feel there's a resonance pattern in it that unlocks, like, it's like the perfect balance point between using, you know, the resonance pattern that's in the deep low tone. It's like in the didgeridoo, it sounds so natural. It's almost very much apparent that the didgeridoo was meant for the throat singing vibrations, and you can feel the difference. Like, there's a difference between like the vibration, and this is another part that I found very interesting is in the didgeridoo vibration, you can feel pitch shifting. That is like it's like basically when you go from like you're basically going from like a low note in between keys, you're pitch shifting up to the next key, to the next key, to the next key. Like if you sing and you go like, oh, that's like just me dropping a scale from the same note. It's just like, oh, just like doing a weird bend. That is like really, really prevalent in the didgeridoo. And not even that entire spectrum of it, but the in-between notes where the pitch is like very, very resonant. That is like so beautiful. So that excites the fuck out of me. So I think frog noises are an interesting. Why do frogs insult ribbits? Ribbit, ribbit. I don't even know how to make frog noises, bro. Do I consider myself spiritual? Yeah. I mean, that's always been a very strange concept in my life, where I've never for many years did not consider myself spiritual. I didn't want to consider myself spiritual. Like, in the simplest way, it wasn't like a thing that I was like, you don't just like consider yourself or, you know, identify as spiritual. That's not, for many years, I'm like a punk rocker / athlete / tutter / music guitarist, whatever. Like, I consider myself a guitarist. I consider myself an athlete. I consider myself a dancer. Hell, I consider myself a Qigong practitioner. I consider myself, you know, all these things. But for many years, I absolutely did not consider myself spiritual. Like, I wasn't like, oh, I am spiritual guy, like spiritual, healed, guru, shamanic, whatever. I did not. And hell, to this day, in many ways, I still don't. Because if I understand the deeper dimension of what that even is, I'm not that, of course, like philosophically. But no, sure, to this day, yes, what I will say about that is I have unpackaged metaphysical anomalies. That's how I like to word it. It's the same way when I explain, you know, how the last 10 years of my life have unraveled to getting to a place where I feel like, oh, I think I actually have begun to understand and see and feel. Because spirituality, it's not a thing you just like say and speak and, you know, articulate into narratives of be like, I am spiritual and here we are. I mean, maybe if you're a spiritual speaker and you really are like a guru, like, I don't know, like Thich Nhat Hanh or whatever. But I think spirituality is the thing you feel. Like spiritual shifts, metaphysical shifts, esoteric awakenings or whatever you want to call it. It's a thing that you feel and you realize. You feel it and then you don't ever not feel it. Like, it's not like... obviously you're a human being still, like, because, you know, this is the way I like to identify or explain, you know, spirituality, like for the layman's terms. It's like, what does it mean to be spiritual? Well, It means to basically acknowledge that you're a human being that is also an astral being. And you have to embrace the entirety of the human being experience in all of its imperfections, all of its flaws, all its fucked up, intense, dualistic, polarized dimensions, all your trauma, all the trauma of the world. You got to embrace it all and be like, okay, yeah, that's a part of it. That's this. But then you still see the fact is you're still an astral being. Like, you can basically embrace the entirety of the human experience, so then therefore you awaken yourself to the potential to see beyond it. Like, the astral human experience, the spiritual experience, has never been an experience we're meant to just like put on a pedestal and be like, oh, but we need to achieve it and it has to be where we are and it's above us or whatever. Maybe in some rights, sure. But I think the truth of the matter is, the only way you ever achieve any real spiritual truth or experience is by just being human. Like, embracing the humanity of your beautiful humanness. You're like, oh yeah, like, I love the human shit. I love, like, not the human shit, but like the human culture. Like, you love, the human culture. You love rocking out. You love the imperfections of the human world. Like, you love it all. You're just like, oh yeah, that's beautiful. You're not sitting there and putting a pedestal on, like, this traditional spiritual this that. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe if that's your path, you're like, really, you live in a remote, deeply rooted culture that really is like connected to a certain culture. I don't know, who am I to tell you what spirituality looks like? But in my experience, yeah, you just got to rock the human experience and embrace the human experience, and then you'll stumble ass backwards if you're really embracing it and honoring it into something that you could see that would resemble a divine context. I don't know. That's at least what I've seen. That's a lot of jumbling around, but I think I was a guy that never really, like, I always resonated and I was always open to a spiritual experience, but I was never one that identified with it. I was never like, okay, like, let's make it happen. Let's fake it until we make it. I was never that dude. That was the last thing I ever wanted to do. But it wasn't until like the last 10 years of my life have really unraveled into a very powerful, clear level of alignment that has shown me what metaphysical anomalies look like, what quantum portals look like, what, the basis of metaphysical dimensions that are way beyond the mind is. Then I was like, okay, I understand, how little I understand to some degree. I understand, a felt experience that is beyond what a lot of people want to admit exists or even can comprehend, and that's beautiful. It's not to put me above or pedestalize the spiritual experience. Like, the human experience is the spiritual experience. Like, it's like, it is, everything is divine in what it is. And when we see that, it's like you can lean more into it, right? Everything can be philosophized. Yeah. Oh yeah. Honestly, I would be as apt to say that let's go for a little bit of a stroll into the other domains of the forest, where we can do a nice meditation. Let's do that, shall we? But seriously, I agree with that so much. Getting there. The truth of the matter is, I think the core essence that we as humans really need to achieve and desire to achieve in many rights really is, at least in my experience especially, more intimately, it's to return to the philosophical context. To develop your own philosophical context. Like, when you can see that, when you can see through the lens of a philosophical context, if you will, like, you look at it and you're like, wow, everything has the ability to be openly understood and put in perspective and almost like beautifully woven into this philosophical context, put in perspective, if you will, maybe critically analyzed, if you will, maybe, just contextualized. When you see that, it really weaves a beautiful magic into things. At least this is what I noticed at a young age. It's like, when I was like 15 years old and I first discovered Alan Watts and Marcus Aurelius and came across writers and, thinkers that were kind of painting these beautiful, broader pictures, I remember, like, this is the weird thing. I've talked about this once or twice, but before I turned 15, before I turned 15, I actually never really resonated with philosophy. It didn't make sense. Like in the simplest right, I was a young kid and I'm like going through my life and I would come across philosophers like Alan Watts and Marcus Aurelius. And I would try to comprehend what they're saying. And I would often get disheartened. I'd be like, wow, what is this? Like, what even is this? Why are these like ancient thinkers saying all these things that feel like they're almost preaching down to me? Like they're saying things that are like almost like overseering, ultimatums about this and that. And I remember, I was like 14 years old. I was like, dude, this is like, yeah, I don't like this. I was like, this doesn't make sense. And it wasn't until I did LSD for the first time, or lysergamides, code word lysergamides. It wasn't until I did lysergamides for the very first time, and this was shortly after I did 7 grams of our plant ally fungal plant allies of the fungal variety. Let's sit over here. But yeah, after I did these medicines, immediately after I returned from a forest rave, after I did this lysergamide experience, and this was not a microdose, this was a full dose and a half, if you will, I immediately went home and started reading some philosophies. I think it was like Marcus Aurelius at first, and a little bit of Alan Watts. Once again, oh yeah, this is the spot. This is the spot, my friends. This is our meditative portal. But I got to that place where I was like, I see. Like I was like, I think I understand finally what these philosophers are trying to do. It was like, whoa, this is such a comfortable spot. But it's like I got to that place where until I had this shift of perspective, philosophy really did not make sense. Like having a philosophical context really never resonated with me. It never was like clear why these philosophers were saying things they did. But then when I turned this 15 and I had that psychedelic breakthrough, it really became clear to me. I basically came to the core realization. I was like, oh, these philosophers, clearly, they were trying to basically awaken a perspective by planting. They spent entire life studying a domain of life, of their existence, and to put it into words, to try to articulate it, to put it into words. And just to leave this to the future generations, for generations of people to do this very same thing. Basically, they philosophized. They built and developed a philosophical context to hope to one day plant the same, plant the philosophical context of the future generations to then one day, discern and conceptualize the very same truths to come to their own conclusions about the same things. Like, it's like they basically were trying to come to this core consensus of what these truths were, and they were unpackaging this and developing a lifetime of philosophical context that then generations to come would try to do the same thing just to maybe come to an answer. Like, basically, it was never meant to be taken at face value. Like, that's the simplest piece of this. It's like, philosophy was not meant to be taken face value. And part of me was like, as a young kid, I was like, oh, these guys saying all these profound insights, and, it's like they're preaching down or saying these ultimatums, and why they're doing this. But then I was like, wait a second. It was never meant to be taken at face value. Like, it was never meant to just be like, so it is. It was meant to be openly conceptualized and, openly, just broken down and deconstructed to a lifetime of your own experience, to reference your life of your entire experiences and then their lives of experiences, and continue to try to understand these deep truths. So yeah, I think for modern men, I think the struggles of modern men, the modern human, really does come down to lack of a philosophical context. Like, if you could look at a person, a human being, and they're like, whoa, that person is lost, I could say confidently that they probably have an underdeveloped philosophical context. And it is what it is. It's not me like trying to discern or define, the entirety of their life. But if they've never truly evolved their philosophical context, they never really just practiced, philosophizing and thinking. Like, it's the art of thinking in the simplest right, the art of critically thinking. Then what a shame, what a travesty. Gotta go, thanks. Cheers, Susan. Be well. Peace out, Floyd. Very nice. Very interesting. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. The wholeness creates abundance. Yeah. That's powerful. As a shaman, many people come to me for wealth manifestation. They'll focus on money and manifest hunger. Ah. Yes. Focus on self-sufficiency, and wholeness creates abundance. Money comes. I agree with that. Yeah. Tuvan throat singing as well. I'd love to check that out, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much for the recommendation. Truly, yeah, brother. Everyone is spiritual. It's whether you accept it or not. Yeah, sure. I mean, we all have a divine energy. We are all spiritual. Yeah, we're all divine beings. Now, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say we all have divine. We are all divine beings. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a deeply woven rabbit hole. Like that's a. But I get the intent of what you're saying, Solomon, and I agree, brother. We all are divine beings. Going to connect the universe now. Fair enough. Be well, brother. Sleep well. Hopefully the universe blesses you in the dream world. Yeah. I agree, Shay. People living in the 3D without seeing the magic behind the scenes. Yeah. You said it. You said you said it. I mean, that sounds very esoteric to some. We're like, but I live in the world. What are you talking about? It's like, and you live in YouTuber world or land, or I don't know, man, that's just a weird narrative. But absolutely, like the world is like, you got to look really deeply to like see how much you're painting the lens and how much you're creating the beliefs and the reality that you think somehow is, I don't know, even resemblant of like the larger context of things. I don't know. It's like philosophical context. It's not, it's a way of seeing and thinking. And if you begin to even see that you have the power to see with a more exquisite lens and almost like exercise the art, like a lot of things, like I love this. This is like a simple, broader thing that we can kind of connect is a lot of what I talk about on this channel is like just studying the art of thinking, the art of communicating. And yeah, we could emulate that in different ways, but it's the art of thinking and the art of communicating. Like that's a lot of what, and the art of learning. Let's say that. It's like, that's the three things I'd say that are very central to this channel is the art of thinking, the art of communicating, and the art of learning. Like if you really look at it, if you really boil it down to the core essence of what I'm promoting and what I'm trying to articulate and embody, it's, yeah, I mean, there's many different avenues that stem from that, but it's like, it's the art of thinking. Like, can you really think openly with an authentic level of like openness and connecting to yourself in the higher realms of thinking and seeing and discerning? And, you know, yeah, and can you communicate that to yourself, to the universe, to things around you? And then can you learn? Can you be a student of life and realize how much ability you have to then apply the lessons and then learn, you know, to be a student of all things? If you can apply those things and, you know, look into your life and see that, yes, I am a student of these things, and I can think and I can be open to see and communicate and to learn more openly, your life will become objectively better. Like, it's like, these are things that are worth honoring, very simply. Interesting parallel. I've never thought about that very simply. The art of words. Yeah. Well, I swear, like, you know, I speak of this in like little blips and bursts. Let's grab a shawl and cover up so the mosquitoes don't try to siphon the blood. No, but it's like, you know, this channel, like being a YouTuber is really the art of communication. It's like, how well can you communicate your words, what you feel, what you mean, what you want to express verbally, you know? And there's many different domains to that. But then it's like being a guitarist is the art of learning. Like, how well can you learn and be a learner? You know, how well can you teach yourself or learn from the greater portal of learning? And then the thinking is part of what mean like a philosopher or a metaphysical student of the universe. Like, and these are important things. Like, can you think really openly and let your thoughts all cohesively become? And I think all three are important when you're a YouTuber, at least if you're a guitar YouTuber, like myself. So Man, it's so Mayan. It's so ancient Mayan. For perspective, this is what I'm looking at. This is where we are, friends. Of course, we got the moss, the mossiness everywhere. Yes, this is a very favorited spot of mine. Very favorited spot where I spend lots of time. Have spent many mushroom trips here. Many mushroom trips. I discovered the ideation to be a YouTuber right over there. Oh, and there was my sticks that I practice. I practice martial training, at least in COVID. Right over there, right on that tree. This whole place, this forest is just, it's very, very home. Like, yeah. Sour is needed to remember the honey. Don't bend to the other, enjoy what you're doing. It'll be enough motivation to continue to do so. Absolutely, Ali. Yeah, I don't intend to. I do not intend to, yeah, compromise the dimensions of this channel. No matter what, this channel is a sacred entity to me. Hard to really narrow it down. Yeah, this forest, well, it's like so sacred to me. And it's so much, there's been so much that's happened here. Like the vision, again, to become a YouTuber, the visions to learn to create music happened right over there. Mushroom trips that have been packaged this and that and other. Like it's all happened here. Like this exact portal, this exact little tangent forest path. It's one of my favorites. It's the path less taken. Like strangely, it's very metaphysical or very metaphorical and poetic. But this path that I'm on here is actually the path less taken physically. It's like you go down this path, and this is the path that most people don't know even exists. It's the path that's not taken often. It's less taken. Here it is, but it's my favorite path. I go here all the time. It is the tangent in the road that doesn't technically exist, but that it is a path. And then here you are. Probably the most beautiful area in the entire forest that most people don't even know exists. And it's a metaphor, all right, but it's my favorite spot. It's my forest spot. So much interacts with this didgeridoo. So much. Or bend to stand the road does not bend. Yeah. Some nice idioms. Yeah. Oh, I thank you. I think I'm getting there. Wapow. Some I love you symbols. I mean, I feel like, yeah. Like in the simplest right of all that, you know, it's like, I try to keep in perspective. You and I, we're all living in different realities. Like we are collectively connected in some way. You know, the perspectives that I share, I've realized, as I said this once or twice, a long time ago, that a lot of us, we're all experiencing collective shifts that are all universally relevant. Like you're in Australia or freaking wherever you are in these remote dimensions of here and there, and I'm in Canada, and we're all actually experiencing collective energetic shifts, emotions, you know, unpackaging truths that are all very deeply relevant, now more than ever actually, because of very powerful shifts that are occurring. But yeah, I mean, we're all, though that all being said, we do live in the 3D reality. We live in an intense flux of that which is the 3D reality. You know, some of us wake up and we're like, wow, that was one of the worst days of my life. Some of us wake up, wow, it was one of the best days of my life. You know, we never truly know what everyone's going through. So it's like, it's good to keep in perspective, being like, okay, like, we're all humans. We're all humans. We're all subject to change. You know, the ancient Japanese metaphors and poems of how, you know, it's good to just be a student or be an observer, a witness of the ever-changing flux of all things, you know? You never know. Things are going beautifully for you, wonderful. Well, they're going to change. Or they're going to go in a different direction. Things are going unfortunate, well, beautiful. They're going to change and going to go in a fortunate direction. Like they really are, they have to. The flux is very intrinsic and rooted within this human experience, the 3D experience. Like 3D, it's polarized, it's polarity, riding the waves, highs and the lows. It needs to be there. If you're not experiencing those waves, you're probably dead, if not spiritually. It's so weird how the didgeridoo is literally just like freaking an extension of all the vowels I make with my mouth, all the noises that I make. It's just an extension. It's an extender, right? It just goes and I make little weird shapes with my mouth, and it interacts with the vibrations and make different sounds in my throat with this throat singing stuff, and then bang. And of course, you summon vowels. It's just very bizarre. Very ancient. Very ancient. One could say balance of the bending and not bending. Fair enough. Sleep well, brother. Sleep well. Thank you for being here, dog. Honestly, like, your perspective is beautiful. Any plans for the weekend? And thank you, Amy. I think it's getting there. I almost feel like, as for a lot of musical dimensions, it's funny how things seem to get better or like seem more comprehensive when I just make it easier. Like, in the sense where it's almost like my brain by default is trying to do more complex stuff. Like, it's trying to like, wouldn't this be interesting and challenging or whatever? So then in the moment I'm like, okay, well, let's just do something easy. And then suddenly the easy thing turns out to be like something that's very comprehensive. And it's like, oh, that was the cardinal sound that you quintessentially want to go for. And it's a fun way to be, because like my brain, it just likes to lean into the novel, which is often the difficult. It works though, and it works well. It's a good contrast. Any plans for the weekend? That's a funny way. It's like, what is time? What is existence? What does the weekend mean? I don't even know, bro. I think I've noticed I got a weird like 24-hour, 48-hour cold going on where I started feeling fatigued. I was at the gym yesterday and I started to feel like kind of like weak, like a little bit. Like I was doing my last few sets and I was like, man, I feel like trash. And I just like drank a bunch of protein and, ended my session. But I was like, yeah, I noticed like I started to get a dry throat and I'm like fighting an infection, apparently. That's what my body's telling me. I'm getting like phlegm a little bit. But it's weird because I'm not like dying, which is weird because, again, kind of like I said at the start of the stream, this seems to happen more than not. Is like when I get sick, every once in a while I'll get sick, but it lasts for like an hour, for like 24 hours or 48 hours. And then I go from full not sick to not sick again in like 48 hours. And it doesn't make sense. So I don't know what's happening, if it's like my immune system is experiencing a little viral thing that's just going through, and maybe our immune system is just doing a good job. I don't know what the heck's the thing, but I got sick this last 24 hours, and now I'm feeling a slightly bit better. And, I wasn't even sure I was going to stream today because I was like, I kind of feel like garbage, but I think in the next 48 hours, hopefully, I'll be not sick again. So I don't know. Assuming I'm not sick, I'll probably be at the beach. I'll probably spend some time at the beach and do some fun stuff. I think it's beach time. It's beach season. But be well, Tibetan. Do one of these. Yeah. Do I get allergies? I mean, I'm sure I get allergies. I don't have typically, like, I'm not a very allergic prone individual. I've considered that because I do cold plunges every day in the forests, in the rivers. So I've definitely, yeah, I've considered that maybe I'm getting allergic reactions here and there from weird spores and whatever's going through the waters. Who knows? It's very possible. But it feels a little different, I don't know. I'm even under the impression my brother, for some reason, made the executive decision to cook a bunch of herbs in a pot in our like basement suite area, and he like forgot about them for some reason. For like an hour, he just burnt a bunch of herbs, basically. Burnt a bunch of herbs in a pot, and they just like smoked up the whole fucking downstairs area. So I'm even somewhat under the impression that I got some sort of allergic reaction, or it like destroyed my lungs or something. Not even destroyed them, but just impacted my respiratory tract just negatively, because he burnt all these freaking herbs, and it just, I'm sure, burnt toxins into the air. and the smoke filled the whole downstairs. I don't know why he did that, because he's done it again. He's already done it before. He just burns a pot, forgets about it, and then just like poisons the entire area. So I'm somewhat under the impression maybe that's contributing. I don't really know. All I know is that my respiratory tract is going. Do I take medication for allergies or against it? Maybe I'm seeing feel. I rarely do. Yeah, if I have like an allergic reaction, if I think I am, I have like, you know, Blastex or whatever it's called. Yeah, it might be the move. When I get home, I may just go and take some of these medications, see how I feel. All I know is I'm kind of trying to just listen to my body and eat a lot of ginger. You know, like I've been doing. I've been eating a lot of ginger. And that's been a very good move, truthfully. I've been enjoying eating a lot of ginger. But I can even feel it. Like my body, you know, it feels like I got a chill. Like my body is extra sensitive to cold, which is not normal. Considering I do cold plunges every day. And there's definitely, my body's fighting off some sort of infection that's very mild. All right, we're going to enter a state of meditation that's going to focus on, as we spoke, this very tendency, the very feeling of giving ourselves permission to just do nothing, to be nothing, and to go nowhere. Basically, I'm just telling myself, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do nothing, and tell myself that there's nothing to do, and there's never been a thing to do. It's like a very core inner child sort of, I would say, addressal. Addressing. That was a good one. It's a good sound. I think it's especially potent to do this, you know, when I'm on a stream where it's like it's not like I'm going to sit here forever and be like, okay, I got nothing to do and I won't ever look at a stream. But it's like giving myself basically permission to enter a true state of meditation that is honoring, you know, the idea of giving myself permission that I have nothing to do, no one to become, nowhere to go. It's especially potent during a stream because it's true. You know, it's just like you have free will, I have free will. You can just slip into a meditative state fully at any given moment. You can. And you should. Just one, the universe. With nothing to do. Nowhere to go. No one to become. Yeah. Isn't it amazing that that's like what I could be doing? It's like that's all my streams will be. It's just me meditating nonstop. I'm just like I get paid ad revenue sponsorship to just sit there and meditate. In some doses, in some respects, maybe that will be Yoda vibes. Yeah, and also, you know what else? It's frickin' Anakin, dark Anakin, turning into frickin' the Sith to Darth Vader. It's Darth. I'm Anakin, Sith Anakin, about to slaughter Everybody. This is what the hood is. Just, when he has his eye sticking out and he's just about to go slaughter all the younglings, sadly. Yeah. It's a great hood. It's a great hood, I gotta say. Ginger is great. I buy Korean ginger, honey teen. Yeah, I just remember looking at a Facebook post about all the different types of ginger, and damn, there is a lot. There's a lot of different types of ginger. I just realized I forgot to bring my tuning fork with me. Wasn't that fair? That is so trippy. That feels really good. Yoda vibes, yeah. Get some cough sweets and any seed. The second of the candies would be good for saliva, yeah. Huh. Maybe. Yeah, I got a lot of tea. I have tea that is good for that. Yeah, I got like a throat tea. I might just have to get that when I get back. Yeah, there's so many good natural remedies. Another thing to do is clear your sinuses, cover your mouth, and shower. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's weird. My sinuses are pretty good. Like, objectively as we're talking, my sinuses aren't like blocked. It's like my sinuses that are just like dry and have like mucus or phlegm or something. So it's, yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah, and then my whole, body I have chills. It's just that minor feeling. It's minor. It's like minor as shit where it's like I'm not dying. But my body is like clearly it's not in full peak health for whatever reason. It's very weird. It's very weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's Dark Anakin. It's great. I gotta say, I love it. I bought this hood thing, because it's like silky and comfortable and very unique. It's very good for dancing and, performance art and fire performance. But it definitely makes me feel like, I'm a Sith. I'm a Sith Lord. Naturally, I'm sure I more resemble a Jedi's beliefs, but I'm also, what? Who knows? Siths also, they're the ones that honor the darkness. Siths of all sorts. There's Siths like, what's his name? What's his name? The guy with the purple lightsaber. Whatever his name is. It's just like we all... Yeah, there's Siths that also use the light side of the Force. From what I understand. Which is not a lot. So that's the beauty, is like I could be a Sith Lord who's also, maybe 90% or 70% using the good side of the Force. But I also take influence from the dark side of the Force, to improve my awareness of the Force. I don't know. It's a pleasant fiction. Yeah. Like I've sort of mentioned this at random, but I for many years was not really into Star Wars. Like I was always as a kid I was forced to watch it because all my cousins and a lot of my family were just obsessed with it. They just and not really the kind of family members that I really enjoyed. Just not that I didn't enjoy them, but they were very obsessed with Star Wars. So they'd play it all the time and be like, look at this, let's watch Star Wars all the time. And I was always just huh. I don't really know if it's, I don't get the hype. But then as a full-grown adult, I was like, you know what, I'm going to watch it all again and see if I can understand what the hype is. And honestly, after watching it and really taking it, I was like, you know what, this is dope as fuck. It really made sense to me. I was like, the Jedis, they're philosopher samurais in the future that are, honoring this and, they're one-man army samurai philosophers of the future who are just taking on all these noble pursuits and fighting the forces of evil. It's beautiful. It's a nice philosophical, I'd say, story. That I can appreciate. And of course, the more modern movies, the ones that were captured in the last 10 years or whatever, so well done. you know, the Revenge of the Sith and Clone Wars and even the older ones, you know, they're good for their time. But it's like the ones that were like modernized, insane cinema. Just such good cinema. Such good acting, such good everything. Just so great. Yeah. Well, our phone's at 20%. So I think that's our sign to return. Plug in our phone. Looks like we're approaching. We just went past the 333 mark. Yeah, 333 all day long. Universe is symbolizing something. It's one of my favorites. Hey, Billy, I prefer the Ewok spin-off. Oh, whoa. There's an Ewok spin-off. In the woods, yes, sir. We are just exiting the beautiful Westwood Forest. We got these valleys. Beautiful, open valleys. Yes. It's a good place. It's a good place to be. Yeah. Another thing to clear. Yes. Yeah, tea is the move, I think. A lot more ginger, a lot more tea. You know, taking it easy, not trying to probably force too much strenuous sprinting. And I'll probably do a cold plunge at some point, but cold plunges aren't really the move when you're sick. But, you know, I've been doing them so often, I don't think 40 seconds of a cold plunge will kill me. And it's not even that cold too, because the weather's kind of shifting. I mean, the rivers are still frosty, but yeah. Wow. The weather, so great. Just your feet. Nah, I gotta go full in. If I'm plunging, if I'm approaching the rivers, I'm doing a full plunge. I think we're on day 13 as we are doing cold plunges every day, and probably twice a day for the last like 5 days. I don't even know. I think I missed a day, but yeah, we are very cold plunge friendly on this channel. So even if I'm a little bit sick, honestly, the full plunge is a very viable option. I don't think it's going to actually adversely affect me. Wow. Such a nice day. Wow. Wow. Wandering about. Hey, yes. It is a beautiful day to be. And as we are, we have this baby. We're actually just chilling in the forest, doing some meditation, playing some didgeridoo. Yeah. I love the 80s and 90s movies. Yeah. They are. Honestly, there's so much gems. Even moving into movies from the 00s, it's just a magical time, I must admit. Yeah. I do Kung Fu in the cold plunge. Word, there you go. Yeah. I know if I go to the beaches downtown, I love to do Tai Chi and like do various kind of acrobatic stuff in weaving in between the cold plunges. It's great. Like just do some tricks and then go and just chill in the water and do some Tai Chi and then plunge, and it's just a whole beautiful somatic experience. You know, kind of full circle, like I was saying earlier. It's like, yeah, if you can love and nourish your body, like even as if you're, you know, a person from the younger generation, there are fewer things that will grant you a more beautiful portal than the vessel that you have. You know, the body that is yours. It's just such a valuable, powerful, infinite thing. I can't mention that enough. I can't advocate that so much enough. Yes. Welcome, butterfly botanist. It's great to have you here, Amber. 4 minutes a day, but the lake ice is over. Wow. Yeah. That sounds very devoted. I commend you, brother. The ice, like honestly, something about, I really wish I had, you know, waters that had these like ice caps or ice parts frozen over. Those just on a primal level, I think, are just on a mental level to see that, it would just be so beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, I remember actually, I think it was the peak of winter about a couple months back, but I very much found myself when it was snowing one day, like there was literally snow on the ground, and then I just went for my little sprint and cold plunge. I think I was on like maybe 2 weeks in my cold plunge streak, and damn, that was just really powerful, I gotta say. Like, I just treated it as another day. I was like, all right, sprinting, going to do a beautiful cold plunge, but just the surreal feeling of being like, I was literally running and my feet were soaked from like plunging into the ice, you know, or the snow that was all coated everywhere. So my feet were already like going into cold plunge mode before I even got to the rivers. And then I did the plunge, and it felt like my body was like really being exposed to the fullest heights of the cold plunge experience. That felt so good. I remember afterwards getting home and just being like, just so full. So full of dopamine. Wow. I've been outside most of the day, running on 0 sleep. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, Amber. That's really impressive. I'm very impressed with you. I mean, I've had bouts of that. I'll have bouts. I've definitely had days where I can do that. And like, I must say, like, yeah, even recently when I woke up, I was like feeling that day where I was like, wow, you know, I'm rocking like 6 hours and I feel extraordinary. So there's definitely something to that. Yeah. Yeah, 13K steps. Wow. I love that for you. Yeah, I did a nice strength training session yesterday. And damn, it was like, yeah, it was a great feeling. Like just mixing it all in. It was great. Ice plunge would be so amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I may have talked about this at one point, but like, I remember when I was on the island, like a little while back, I went to a Nordic spa. That's what it was called. It was like a Nordic spa. It's like a cold plunge facility where they had this beautiful, gigantic cold plunge tank. And of course the sauna, salt room, wet sauna, dry sauna. And yeah, that experience of just like going, it was so funny. Just me and my friend were just like, let's just go to this Nordic spa like 9 o'clock at night. As soon as I arrived to Victoria Island, so I was like new to the part of the town, never knew anything was going on, and then I'm just here with a bunch of these beautiful island folks, all making the executive decision just to go and do a bunch of these beautiful cold plunges and spa cycles at like 9 o'clock at night. I just remember it was a surreal feeling. I'm just looking around all these people. I'm like, wow, look at all these legends. And a lot of them were like 10 years older than me. I have to say, like, they looked very young, but they were just like 5, 10 years older than me. And they're all just rocking this beautiful Nordic spa. And I'm like, damn, these people are legends. Every life. Nordic spa. Yeah, I think that's literally, it was called the Nordic spa because, you know, it's a Nordic style spa. Apparently that's a style. Yeah, it's like a specific style of cold plunge community spa. Very expensive though, I must say. I mean, I was offered some sort of free pass thing, but it's like, yeah, beautiful experience. 10 out of 10 would do it again. Yeah. This is perfect for holding this here. Still don't know how to circular breathe, but I like it. Yeah. It really was. It was a kind blessing. This is the one.
Beautiful race. Very in touch with nature. The Nordic. Yeah. Nordic. Yeah. I can only, I think the Nordic, where is that? Like Sweden, I would think. The Nordic. Scandinavian. I don't know. It's one of those. Alright. I think it's high time we gotta plug this baby in. Because our phone is getting low. We're at like 20%. Make sure our guy is plugged right in. Wow. Drawn to the harpsichord and flutes last night. The harpsichord. Wow. Couldn't stop pretending I'd be playing them for the forest spirits of the rock. Wow. Whoa. The balance point of my phone on the thing here. Just lost it. There we are. No. It's doing a strange. My regular tripod, I can't find it. I probably need to find it. Maybe this thing would be there. Harpsichord. I think I know what you mean by that. I know there was this one Instagram artist that was using, no, it was something different. It was a hurdy-gurdy. I think she was a hurdy-gurdy artist. Strangely enough, looked a lot like you. Yeah, it looked a lot like you. Yeah. It's like hurdy-gurdy, or she had like face paint, tribal, like, beautiful symbolism. Trying to circular breathe, not succeeding. Attempting, failing. Saw a video of a woman, a well which drew me in. That's magic. Wow. At a well. Wow. Wells. I love that. I know for circular breathing, it's so easy and clear, where it literally is just like breathing in through the nose, and then keeping your cheeks. I don't know. I'm so confused how a person keeps a steady stream of sound, going while they're still breathing in through their nose. Like, how do I make the noise, a steady stream of sound, while I'm breathing in through my nose at the same time? In rhythms. Weird. There's got to be a way to transition. Like, there's a specific way of transitioning into the way she's on her live, was she live on videos.
It's just, oh, yeah, I believe so too. I'm very close, I think. That's where I was like, I had a moment there just earlier. I was like, you know what? I think I can just believe. I was like, I can make this happen just by pure intention. I'm like, this is possible. I just gotta like feel into the movements and really conceptualize what circular breathing is. That's what I was kind of imagining, but didn't awaken, but very close, I think. Yeah. Very close. Yes. The lies, dark hair, the lady in the long form has reddish hair. I used to watch her covers, regardless, so talented. Yes. It's just going to be one of those things. Take a moment, catch on. Yeah, it's like, I know the way I see it, you know, again, the way the video I watched explained it yesterday, it's like, so you're breathing just like, and then you're keeping your cheeks filled. So you somehow filling your cheeks. I don't even know how that makes sense, but you fill your cheeks, and you're even like pressing into your cheeks. It's almost like a weird kind of form of breath work, where it's like almost like you're hyperventilating, where you're breathing, doing breath work, where you're just like. But then how does that direct, like, how do you direct the sound while you're focusing on that? Like, that's what I'm trying to see. Because it seems like when you see people do this, it's literally, yeah, they're just going, like, they're just doing the circular breathing. And then the frickin', it's a long format, but I haven't seen the Dark Chair live. Wicked. Yeah? People think I'll just blow into it. Yeah, there's a special technique. Yeah. Well, I'm almost curious. The thing I'm curious about, that I'm really feeling attracted to, is where does the circular breathing have its limits? Like, how much sound can you actually make with circular breathing? So then that's to say is like, when you're doing circular breathing, you can do the basic didgeridoo sounds, like sort of like, you know, beautiful sounds. But what can you make all sounds with circular breathing? Like, is it like if I want to do like open mouth, like chanting, or whatever the heck I want to do, is that possible with the circular breathing technique? And if it is, like, to what degree is the limitations? I don't know. Didgeridoo's hard, yeah. Yeah. All about cheek muscles, I reckon. Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot to it, yeah. Yeah. I think it's a lot of diaphragmatic work. Diaphragmatic work, you say? You're correct about that. I think it is like the inhales are not as much like in the nasal, it's diaphragmatic inhales. So it's like, it's gotta be deeply. Probably not ideal right now because my sinuses are a little bit iffy, but it kind of is making a little bit of sense there. Yeah. Absolutely. If you watch their bellies, they're going nuts. Yeah. Yes. You know, I think of it, it does sound very memorable. Long, deep breaths. Fuck yes. I love it so much. Yeah, the sound of like effectively doing it, because I can already feel like doing the didgeridoo, even the technique lost or not present, it sounds good, it feels good. Like the vibrations, the breath control. I can only imagine the endless stream of how it feels when you're doing it frequently with the correct circular breathing.
I almost feel part of what I think is clear to me, which I don't know how to do, but I think it actually requires almost like it's a cycle, of course, inhaling and a cycle of exhaling with the breathing of going like, you're making a sound that's very prevalently like it's exhaling, but then like part of it's like you got to basically do like a circle breath, of course, but then it's a circle sound, like a sound that's the same, that's using your inhale and using your exhale. So it's like 2 breaths inhale, 2 breaths exhale. So breathing. So because it has to be a way where it's not interrupting it, but it's still doing it. All I can say is this feels really good. I can say this all feels really good. The breathing and all the noises, it feels really good. Perhaps a ketamine infusion. Whoa, no, dog. How about perhaps no? Is it one closed and one? Is one and end closed? I've never seen didgeridoo with a closed end. No, it's got the hole. Yeah, it's got the hole. Yeah, it's closed, but it has a hole. Have you? Oh, you're onto something there. I've never seen didgeridoos too. Most didgeridoos I see people do online, they are pure holes. Like, yeah, there's like a hole at the end. This one is closed, but it has a hole. Like it's like a flute hole. I mean, I know some of the ones I've seen have full ends. Wow. I can say for sure, my vagus nerve can feel it consistently. Like I can feel it right in the vagus nerve, which is wild. It's very wild. Yeah. Give it a go like a flute. Interesting. Give it a go like a flute, she says. I don't know how if I can even reach that. Let's try with my feet. Oh, there goes my thing shot. So she's saying like a flute. I seal it. Interesting. I don't know how to fucking Huh. I almost wonder if the hole is actually allowing you to do like more vibrato type stuff in a more intricate way, because it offers the ability to basically create a vibrato. Like if I say like, if I close it with my foot, yeah, it's almost like using the hole like a flute actually makes it so it somehow offers a more vibrato type interaction, which you can do without the hole, but then you can use the hole to make it even more. Yeah. What a wild thing. I don't know, I have to say, yeah, it's a win. Give it a go like a flute. I wonder if you need to play an other way around. Use your heart in the open hole. You think? Use your mouth on the hole. Wait, what? Yeah. You think? Do you actually? Nah, that's what? You think what? That's so weird. Oh no. Oh, that's such a that feels like profoundly impossible. Like, how do I? If there's, is it what I'm talking? It's like a sideways. I mean, I mean, huh. Weirdly enough, I almost feel from the way it's designed, it actually makes sense that because of the way this is like coarse and almost like coarsely placed, it does seem like this actually is supposed to be the outer region. Like it's like they paid less attention to the innards of here. That could just be the design choice. But I don't know how, like doesn't seem like I don't know, I think a quick Google will help me here. Yeah. Oh, it's a better sound. I hear it more now. Yeah. Well, that's wild. I wonder. I have a feeling. Well, there's a. Yeah, maybe it can be played both ways. I feel like it's possible that it has a different, component going either way. Damn, that's interesting. Yeah. Kind of looks like Johnny Depp. Oi, oi. My name is Johnny Depp. We love Johnny. We love Johnny Depp. The sound gets trapped. Wow, that's trippy. Wow, learning so much. Learning so much. Wow. All right, well, I think we are now going to officially put a close. 6K seconds. Oof. Mia Fangirl got destroyed. Nah, it's cool. You're doing it. You're doing great. You're doing great, Amy. I trust your judgment. Inevitably. Honestly, I do the same. You've seen me here. I sometimes just I'll just ban people for life for no reason. Well, just like in the simplest little thing, they say some unhinged stuff. I'm like, you know what? I don't think you're my target audience. Like, no disrespect, but please leave because no other reason than I don't think they're gonna contribute, which is enough. If a person's just they're not the target audience, then they're not the target audience. That's never gonna change. Yeah. Anyway, we don't like Depp. Whoa. What? How is that? She's stone face. So Miss Mia. Stone face. I gotcha. I see it loud and clear. We love Johnny Depp.
Stone face.
Oh damn. I am Canadian, yes. Ah. I don't think she was calling me a druggie, but I don't know. Well, I was about to say, my comments are very backed up here. Yeah, fair. I'm British Columbia so I'm Canadian, yeah. I'm a guy of British Columbia. Don't ban me. I was trying to not insult you. I said non-druggy Depp. Ah. Yeah, no, she was complimenting me, it seems. That's cool. We all make mistakes. That's cool. Nah, she was giving me a very nice compliment about my resemblance to Mr. Depp. I don't even know if Johnny Depp is whoa, burnt myself. I don't think Johnny Depp really is a druggie, but he's an alcoholic. Or was. I mean, to be honest, he probably was engaging in illicit compounds at some point. But I think he's doing better. He's making good movies, I think.
I actually haven't seen so much from Johnny Depp in a long time. But yeah, as we are, I must say it's been a great 4 hours. 4 hours have gone by. They've come and gone. And yeah, it's been nice. Ah, wow. That is some pure frankincense. Some pure frankincense, indeed. I like when frankincense just ignites fully. It doesn't always do that, but then it just like, it ignites like it's, yeah, like a candle. Beauty. Amazing. Thanks to Shakes. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, he's a wino, as he likes to call himself, which I think is a bad idea. Why commit yourself to wine? Doesn't seem like a good plan. But hey, yeah, magic. Well, thank you so much for being here, Amy. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Bless Australia. Blessings to Australia. I don't know. I can sort of see the appeal, but also, nah, let's not do wine. Let's not do that Johnny Depp. Bless. Yes. Appreciate you, Amy. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you for being here, friends. For those of you that are new to this channel, feel free to subscribe to this channel if this content resonates with you. I teach guitar, and I do meditative sound journeys, among various types of YouTuber stuff. Yeah, it's a true story. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Much love. Bless. Ashe. Peace. Goodbye.